Good evening. This is a regular meeting of the Select Board for Tuesday, March 1st, 2022. The Select Board will be entering into executive session for the purposes of discussing litigation strategy with regard to collective bargaining with the AFSCME union. We will reconvene in open session at the end of the executive session at approximately 5:45 p.m. All those in favor of entering into executive session, please say aye. Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye.
I do want to thank attendees for joining us and our colleagues at BIG. If you could leave the meeting and rejoin at 5:45, the select board has just voted to enter into executive session, and this meeting will be locked until 5:45. So folks will need to leave the Zoom meeting and then rejoin at 5:45, which is when the open session resumes.
Good evening and welcome back to the regular select board meeting for Tuesday, March 1st. Announcements and updates. I believe we have a very exciting announcement from our town administrator about the Director of Public Health.
Thank you, Chair Hamilton. I'm pleased to introduce officially, I know the board did meet Sigal Reese during her appointment a few weeks ago, but I'm happy to formally introduce her as our Director of Public Health. And she's been here for a whopping 2 days, but has been very busy. And it's really my great pleasure to introduce Sigal to the board and to the public officially as our Public Health Director. And although she's only been here 2 days, she's really dove into many of the issues, and obviously it's a very fast-moving time related to COVID and some of the restrictions that have been imposed. And she is prepared to give a brief presentation this evening, if you have some time.
Great, let's do that. And then I will acknowledge Bernard.
Good. Hello. Thank you for having me. It's so great to see many of you again. I'm really excited to be here. Like you said, it's my second day, but I'm already dived into a lot of things, particularly around COVID, which as we expect. I was hoping to quickly run through some slides on data and then just get into a little bit of what we've done and the department's been doing and what I've been catching up on in the last couple of days. But before I start, and as I work to share my screen here, I just want to thank John and the Public Health Department who helped me put together the presentation. Pull it up here. Make sure everybody can see that.
Yes.
Great. So there's a few data slides, but we're going to go by them pretty quick because I think you're familiar with the format. This is the new CDC metrics that came out last week. And one of the big changes, as you'll see in the chart, was in the first column, they increased the case per 100,000 in a 7-day period to 200. And what I think was really valuable was actually incorporated hospital data into their metrics and into their indicators. And that you'll see the 2 indicators there in the chart with new admissions and also occupancy, taking into account capacity in hospitals. And, a lot of our focus, especially in the later peaks of the pandemic, has really been on preventing severe disease, hospitalization, and unfortunately death too is really where our goal in public health is. And that's where we want to target a lot of our strategies. So taking that into account in the indicators is really valuable. So with these new indicators, you'll see here, this is the map that the CDC puts out for the whole country, and this is Massachusetts. You'll see that many of our counties are in the green and some are in the yellow, the medium category, and none are in the high category with the new metrics. So this is also something I think you're familiar with. This is the wastewater data, which is a really good early indicator we see of trends going up or down. And as you can see, the Omicron wave has really flattened out our other peaks, which makes graphs a little hard to read, but you can sort of see the impacts and how valuable the wastewater data is to show us accurate counts of COVID in the community and in the state. And we pull out from the 2 regions here, as you can see, in the greater Boston. And this is very current as of the 28th. And it's comparable to where we were in late summer and early fall. And again, we want to look at that hospitalization data because that's, why that data definitely lags our case number and our wastewater data. It's a really important indicator to look at because that's a heavy burden of disease on our healthcare system. We included this one because I think it's really good information on what Boston is using. And this is it shows the indicator that they're using and that their trend lines are below. I think as I'm learning, being surrounded on 3 sides by Boston, that it definitely impacts our policy decisions. And we want to work collaboratively with their public health agency too, as with our other neighbors. Quickly, a vaccine's been pretty stagnant. We've seen an increase in boosters, but that we remain around 70 to 80%, 70, I think, call it about 77% of residents are fully vaccinated, which is a fabulous vaccination rate. And also seeing an increase in boosters that, moves slightly each week, but it's pretty consistent. And then again, looking at our weekly case count, you can sort of see the trend with the big Omicron wave, but that case count really is an important indicator, but also wanted to incorporate that hospitalization data, which we talked about. So what we took with this is, this shows us our average weekly incidence per 100,000, and taking that CDC metric that we talked, and that we're also going to show on my last slide here at the end, of that 200 threshold. And you can see that we've come down below that after the Omicron wave. So this is really the meat of what I wanted to present, what the department's been doing. Thrilled to hear we talked about it today. They've distributed about 1,000 test kits, and I really want to thank the organizations listed here: Temple Abai Shalom, All Saints Church, First Parish Church, the Putterham Golf Course, and the Coolidge Corner Library. I really want to thank them as community partners to help us distribute those test kits. Also wanted the board and the public to know that test kits are available in the health department Tuesdays and Thursdays, 12 to 3, and anybody can come by and pick those up. And that's also available for businesses if they want to come and pick up for employees, because we know that in the past has been a challenge to get, but that businesses are welcome to come pick up also. So what have we been doing these 2 days? I've been trying to catch up with what the department's been doing, but a lot of discussion around data review and how that informs our policy. Some, changes in the last couple of days, like we talked about with the CDC metrics. Looking at that first column again with the 200 as being the sort of threshold between low and medium. Brookline resides in 98 right now. So what we're going to start looking at is using that trend as a measure of where we are. And then, like we talked about, incorporating hospitalizations, which the department has been doing and now can coincide with the CDC. We talked about wastewater data and how that's an early indicator in both directions. And we want to make sure we are monitoring both on the decline and, which we all hope we don't see, but if there is another increasing in cases, the wastewater data will be our earliest indicator of that. We want to make sure with the students going back to school this week, we want to see if there's any effect of that. We know a lot of people probably traveled last week and now are coming back to school. And again, looking at our wastewater data to see if that's an increase, but also seeing, exposures that might be happening now, and that might take a little time to show up. With Boston being on all three sides, I think it's hot off the presses after I sent off this presentation, but I think Boston will be lifting their mandate as of Saturday the 5th. So I think that's a key piece of the puzzle here as we looked at our policies around masking. And also want to make sure that we coordinate with the schools. I did have a great introductory conversation with our superintendent, and I think we'll look at some great coordination with the schools with this hot issue coming up right away. I was glad to make that connection. So I want to coordinate with the schools and our various advisory groups to gather opinions. So lots been going on in 2 days, and we hope we have more to come soon. I welcome any questions.
Great. Thank you so much for that presentation. Any questions for Sigal before we move on to other announcements?
Just to welcome her aboard. Exciting.
Miriam?
Great presentation. Thank you, Sigal. Welcome. I just want to say I've been following wastewater data since the early days. I love wastewater data. And just recently found out that not every state is monitoring wastewater data, which I find alarming. It's such a good, reliable piece of data. But anyways, I was very excited to see that graph. That's all.
Thank you for a very good presentation. The sign of a good presentation is not a lot of questions afterwards.
Well, thank you very much.
And we'll let you get back to a very busy job. Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Heather. And thank you for that presentation by Sigali Reese. I want to talk about the big Russian bear in the room. I think we all agree with people around the world that, we're all Ukrainians now, and we should support the people of Ukraine, both on purely humanitarian grounds, but I think more importantly for us, because the fate of Ukraine really mirrors our own fate. Putin's goal to undermine democracy, including free press and free speech across the globe, including in America, it is a problem we have to really face and think about carefully. We must understand that attacks on democracy anywhere restrict the ability of people to fight against injustice anywhere, giving new meaning to the phrase, an injury to one is an injury to all, that is found in the creed of the industrial workers of the world of the early part of the 20th century, but also in Article 5 of the NATO Treaty. And that is why I think we say that we all are Ukrainians. I also want to say a few words up front on the disparities report that we will discuss later. And I will post a detailed memo regarding 2 of the recommendations on the town meeting members listserv tonight, and will also make them available to the public at roughly the same time. And those 2 recommendations I have some concerns with are the creation of a big new bureaucracy for social services, instead of using our existing structure in the Department of Public Health and Human Services, including our new great and expert director, to expand resources we devote to social services. And secondly, the idea in the report that we can deploy unarmed social workers or other civilians to handle many of the functions that the Brookline Police Department currently handle, which is a weird and dangerous idea in my mind. As I say in the memo that will be posted on the listserv, if you're concerned about these issues, and I'm speaking to the public now, please speak up. Don't let it be said that there was widespread support for these ill-conceived recommendations because only the supporters of these recommendations spoke up. Thank you.
John?
Sorry, Heather, thank you. And 1 second, I'll be announcing some good news having to do with the much awaited US Open Championship, which is going to be happening in June at the Country Club. And I think, as maybe a lot of people have been following, there has been a local committee working with the Country Club and with the USGA, the US Golf Association, on a number of issues, but among them is the whole question of, can the US Open Championship highlight the importance of addressing climate change and take advantage of the nature of golf, which is an outdoor sport, which is known for its connection to the great outdoors and everything green, and perhaps send a message beyond Brookline that golf and the rest of us in all of our aspects of life can become a part of the very important work of addressing climate change. So here's what happened. Through the efforts of the local committee working with the Country Club and working with the USGA, an agreement has been reached on a pretty exciting initiative that brings the Country Club and the USGA and the US Open into alignment with Brookline in its commitment to a target of net zero emissions townwide by 2040. And what I mean by that is they are putting both muscle and money, excuse me, into spreading the word about that commitment and moving Brookline forward toward that commitment. So the money, $100,000 to advance greenhouse gas initiatives through educational and motivational efforts, and to spread the word to the golfing world and the sporting world as well. And to specify a little bit more, there are 3 aspects to this. Excuse me, reduce, which is they will be reducing the use of diesel-powered generators and they will be using efficient solar-powered lighting. They'll be promoting mass transit to and from the championship, and they'll be raising awareness for everyone as to how they can do more, excuse me, along those lines. Then there's renew, The USGA is going to purchase renewable energy through its providers. And in addition, carbon emissions will be measured according to globally recognized standards. And then thirdly, there's reinvest, and the USGA will collaborate with Brookline to offset emissions with a focus on community investments intended to reduce emissions. So thank you to the USGA, thank you to the Country Club, and thank you to the committee under Chair Ken Goldstein that has worked so effectively. We have something to look forward to beyond just the golf, but also the message.
Thank you, John. Miriam?
Thank you. Mine's going to be really short. I just want to take a minute to congratulate town meeting member and advisory committee member Danelle O'Neill, who was named the 2022 Black Excellence on the Hill honoree. I could not go to the event, which was yesterday, but it is hosted by the Black and Latino Legislative Caucus to commemorate Black community leaders, and Danelle is certainly one of those. So my congratulations to him.
Great. Raul?
Sure, just a few things, and I'll try to keep each brief. First of all, welcome to Sigal Reese. It's great to have you here, and feel really good about the promise of the days to come, let me say. But I do want to just issue a reminder to remain vigilant for everyone. There are some of us, including myself most recently, who contracted COVID and were able to get through it okay. But just a reminder that there are still older adults, immunocompromised folks, and others among our neighbors who are impacted differently by COVID. And so we still need to be vigilant, even as we take steps to try to get back to some form of normalcy here. So just a reminder there. Second thing, this Thursday, the Transportation Board is getting a presentation from a fantastic group called Livable Streets. And this is around Vision Zero, which is really about redesigning our public ways to make them safer for everyone. And that zero is about eliminating traffic fatalities. And unfortunately, like other communities, we've had our own traffic fatalities, including recently. So just encouraging folks, that's at 6:30 on Thursday. The information's on the calendar on the Brookline website. And then just finally, just a quick word on the just unconscionable assault on the people in Ukraine, that we should be concerned. Just as we should be concerned for the victims and refugees of all wars, large and small, in all parts of the world, regardless of who the aggressor is and what those victims and refugees look like. So, as we stand with the people of Ukraine, let's also remember all the other folks, including some of the folks that we've been working to provide more resources for here in Brookline as refugees, that we need to stand with them as well. Thanks.
Great. I know we have a lot of people signed up for public comment. Any other news or updates, announcements? Then let's go to public comment.
All right, here we go. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us for public comment. This is an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. We do have a few rules I'd like to share before we begin. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Please refrain from personal attacks and from addressing personnel issues during your comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. We'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining and when your time is up. Please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you're welcome to send an email to the board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. Devin, who's first on our list?
The first person signed up for public comment is Amy Takanami. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thanks, Devin. Thanks, Raul and Heather and board members. Good evening. Amy Takanami, she, her, hers. I'm a town meeting member in Precinct 10. And I'm just speaking tonight to follow up on and hopefully get some clarity on the CAHOOTS process in town, which Bernard mentioned in his earlier remarks. Just as a reminder for folks here and in our community, it's been about a year now since the Task Force to Reimagine Policing made recommendations to the Select Board, which was informed by extensive research and a community-driven process. And one of those recommendations that I want to remind folks here was also unanimously approved by the Select Board on April 6, 2021, according to the notes from that meeting, was to develop a community-based crisis response model outside of the police, similar to the widely known and successful CAHOOTS model in Eugene, Oregon. But from what I understand, nothing concrete or material has happened in the past year to move this recommendation forward. For example, the CAHOOTS working group hasn't met in over 2 months, and they have only met once since the recommendation was set forth. And the lack of action around this recommendation is concerning. This matter is urgent, and our community has clearly and consistently singled greater mental health resources out as one of immense importance. Just as an example, the BCF ARPA Community Engagement Report, which was just presented to you all a couple of weeks ago, listed, quote, support public health response as the community's top priority for these funds, which came out of 4 live community conversations, 15 focus group discussions, 438 survey responses over the course of 20 weeks. And more specifically, under the umbrella of supporting our public health response, the BCF included, quote, invest in crisis intervention services to support key impacted groups with services that address mental, emotional, physical health, and behavioral distress. So as you can see, crisis intervention services are at the top of our community's minds. And I also don't have to remind y'all that we are in the height of budget season. We need to know whether recommendations need to be made in the budget for an alternative crisis response as soon as possible. And so at this time, I'm asking for a little more clarity and transparency from y'all. This is a process and outcome that's going to impact everyone in town, and thus everyone deserves to know what's going on and why there's been so little movement in this effort. So a few questions I would like to have answered tonight. What is the plan moving forward to move this alternative crisis response work forward? Who is holding the charge here? What can we expect in terms of a timeline? And how is the budget question and issue going to be answered? And thank you in advance for your responses.
The next person signed up. Well, go ahead.
Sorry about that. Mel, is that anything that you'd like to respond to now or over email?
Well, I don't have, there were a lot of questions, so I couldn't respond right now to all of them, but so I will do that. And I appreciate Amy's comments. There has been a working group, and I think there's been some trouble engaging CAHOOTS, but I don't want to say too much because I don't know all the details. I'll confer with Harold Cox and get back to the board, and I'll copy Amy as well.
That sounds great. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Pat Mayer. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video. If you're comfortable, your 3 minutes will begin.
Okay, thanks, Devin, and good evening, Mel and Select Board. My name is Pat Maher. I'm a longtime resident of Brookline, and I live in Precinct 3. I'm also chair of the Advisory Council on Public Health, but not speaking on behalf of the ACPH tonight. I'm here instead as a resident and member of Building a Better Brookline to speak in support of the use of ARPA funding for repair of BHA housing and to advocate for more affordable housing for the town. Housing is much like a vaccine. This is an idea of Dr. Megan Sandell at Boston Medical Center, who said, quote, like vaccines, housing protects people, especially children, from negative outcomes, and housing like vaccines provides multiple long-acting benefits to individuals and their communities. And what are some of these long-lasting benefits of housing where public health and housing intersect? I just want to mention 3. First, community health and well-being. At this time, quality and stable housing is especially important for our neighbors who have been most affected by the economic and health effects of COVID, and especially we're thinking of children. There's really good research to support the health benefits of quality housing, and I want to emphasize quality because BHA is really in desperate need of repair. Studies done in the Boston area point to benefits to residents when housing is stable and well-maintained, such as less stress, improved mental health, which is a big issue now, better school performance, another big issue, and improved physical health as well. A second benefit is racial and economic equity. Housing policies especially have been affected by systemic racism, and much of our housing in Brookline is not affordable. Anything that we could do to get better access to quality housing for people of color and all incomes is one path to improve racial and economic justice for us here. And the third response is to climate change. If BHA buildings could be renovated to be more energy efficient and new housing is built to be sustainable, Brookline could be a model as to how communities can make improvements in environmental health and public health with benefits for everybody. So to close, during my career of 4 decades as a nurse practitioner caring for people in underserved communities, I've seen often and witnessed firsthand how affordable housing is a pragmatic solution and can be transforming for people's lives.
You have 30 seconds.
If we build sustainable mixed income housing in resource-rich neighborhoods like my own in Precinct 3, where we have access to transportation, work, and shopping, the health equity, economic strength, and vibrancy of our community will be improved. So we have the will and resources to do this important work, and thanks for the time.
The next person signed up for public comment is Chi-Chi Wu. You've been promoted to a panelist. Your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Thanks so much, Devin. Thanks, Select Board. Hello, and hello, Mel. My name's Chi-Chi Wu. I'm a town meeting member in Precinct 7. And as you may remember, one of the proponents of the language access article that was passed by town meeting overwhelmingly in November 2021. And that's the reason I'm here tonight. As you may remember, the language access article, which is going to become part of the bylaws, requires a language access coordinator, a plan, and budgetary set-asides for language access services. So I received the big budget book about a week and a half ago, looked at it over the weekend, and was disappointed to see not very much about language access at all. Now, I understand there's going to be a consultant hired, and usually starting off with a consultant may make sense during normal times. But we're not in normal times, and there's a lot of pain being felt right now in the community. So I'm going to urge that there be funding for language access coordinator, because that person should be hired within FY 2023, and that all the public facing town departments should have funding available for language access, to use the language access line and written translation. Because these things are needed for folks to access services to deal with crisis and pain right now. The BCF ARPA report documented all sorts of needs in our community as a result of COVID. One example, food insecurity. We know that 1/2 of the clients of the food pantry are Asian American Pacific Islander. If you just count Brookline residents, it's about 1/3. It's actually down the block from me. I live on the same block, and I walk down and I see the long lines, and definitely at least half the folks online are Cantonese speakers. And there are a bunch of folks who speak Eastern European languages as well. Housing insecurity, 14% of BHA residents are Asian American, and many are limited English proficient. You know, there's been a lot of attention on the finding that the most vulnerable group in this town is single women over 65. But you know what? That's not just white English speaking older women. There are older women of color, Black, Asian, immigrant, and limited English proficient. And then switching a little bit, speaking of ARPA funding, I'm assuming or hoping that a big chunk of that will be used on mental health and services and social services. Those services should be culturally competent for the 20% of the town that is Asian American.
You have 30
and
seconds.
Linguistically competent for the 10% that is limited English proficient. And it's not just the right thing to do, it's what's required by law. We don't want a Title VI complaint against the town for failing to provide adequate language services. So please ask the department heads, Mel, please include funding for language access services in FY 2023. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Ruth Ann Snyder. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable. Your 3 minutes will begin.
Good evening, everybody. Can you raise your hand if you received an email from me last week, so you know what I'm talking about? Thank you, Heather. Okay, some of you know, some of you don't. So At the request of Neil Winchinsky, I read the charge that you gave to the 10 Brookline Place Committee. And I was very pleased to read that you've asked that they engage the community in all stages of their work activities right from the beginning. So that was really terrific. But almost following on the heels of what Chi just said, I was disappointed to realize that the only direction that you gave them for engagement with the community is a hosted website, which is language-based, written language-based, and requires proficiency in English and requires familiarity with the technical language of the committee. So I've asked Neil to put a 3D model of the project in Town Hall. And other people would like it other places, but I'm fine with Town Hall. And I think by doing that, you'll actually satisfy the language requirement, because as you've written your charge now, it excludes everyone who isn't proficient in written English language. And Chi-Chi has just gone to give you some numbers and some information to support that. So I would like, borrowing from me, I would like some clarity to the committee on what your direction is. How can you ask them to engage in with the community, but then leave out a good proportion of the community in your charge? So please reflect on the charge, and please give some clarity to the committee and to myself as to what you would have them do. I think a 3D model, which doesn't require language, is a perfect way. A model speaks everybody's language. You cover all your bases by requiring a language, by requiring a model. Alrighty, I hope I didn't talk too fast and you could understand what I said. Good evening, everybody. Bye-bye.
The next person signed up for public comment is Tracy Burns. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi. Thank you, Devin. Thank you, Mel, and select board members. I'm going to read to you a letter that I emailed to you last night, which was also in the tab a couple of weeks ago and has been signed by 242 Brookline residents. Dear select board members and town administrator Kleckner, we respectfully ask you to ensure that our next town administrator has climate concerns front and center for all decisions and administration of town policies, programs, and hiring of staff. The climate focus needs to be communicated starting with the position's job description and followed throughout the search, interviewing, and transition process. Brookline town meeting members have voted overwhelmingly and repeatedly in favor of climate-related warrant articles and resolutions, including the declaration of a climate emergency during the spring 2021 town meeting. Climate mitigation and resilience actions must be a key responsibility of the town's executive leadership, and the town administrator will need to lead on this with town staff in all departments. In addition, the outcomes of vulnerable populations within Brookline and in neighboring communities must be considered integral to all climate mobilization efforts. We look forward to the next town administrator as a leader of town staff working together with town meeting and the Zero Emissions Advisory Board and engaging the Brookline community in actions to address our climate emergency. Thank you for your attention to this important matter and for all the work that you do for the town of Brookline. Thank you.
We have a couple more people signed up for public comment. I do want to remind folks that you need to accept being promoted to a panelist to be able to join and speak. The next person signed up for public comment is Al Rain. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you, Devin, and good evening to all the members of the board. I'm Al Rain. I live at 15 Linden Street in what is until now Precinct 4. I'm a member of EDAB, but I'm speaking tonight as a private citizen and as a member of the steering committee of Build a Better Brookline. And like my colleague Pat Maher, who spoke a few minutes ago, I want to urge the board, as you do the very difficult and complicated work of allocating the ARPA funding, to give every consideration to the housing proposals that you have before you. Building a Better Brookline, as I think you know, views housing affordability as integrally and intersectingly related to public health, which is understandably a top priority on ARPA, racial equity, climate change, economic development, and transit. You heard from Deborah Brown a couple of weeks ago talking about racial equity. Pat spoke tonight about public health. I want to say a couple of words about the two topics on that list that I know best: economic development and transit. And I want to make the argument that supporting these housing proposals are directly related to the town's COVID recovery with respect to economic development and transit. With respect to economic development, the proposals before you for BIC, BHA, and the Kent Street project, those are all properties that are in or very near our commercial districts. And as our local businesses bounce back from the pandemic, they need customers, they need workers close by. And they also need to be surrounded by neighborhoods with good, sound housing stock that look good and where people want to come and shop and eat. With respect to transit, all of these properties are also located right near either the Green Line or our key MBTA bus routes or both. And as the T bounces back from the pandemic and serves people, it needs riders who live right near the stops. And people trying to live affordably in Brookline need good, solid housing located where transit is. So for those reasons and others, I hope that you will give every consideration and beyond that, I hope you will support these housing proposals as you go through the ARPA process. Thanks very much and good night.
The final person signed up for public comment is Marty Rosenthal. Marty, if you're still interested in making public comment, just accept the panelist invitation I'm going to send now. All right, your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
I'm sorry about the glitch. I'm TMM 9, 44 years, former select board chair and chair of PACs. As for the town council appointment, Mr. Callanan seems very good, and I hope he'll forgive me. And I hugely respect the search panel and Mel, but I ask you to please pause this and be our town leaders. First, for Patty Correa, I'll skip my 5 decades credentials for evaluating and supervising lawyers, but I know a thing or two about it. Patty would be not just very good, but fabulous. Not just her great lawyer skills, but a townie, a female, and Latinx to boot. I must wonder if our other recent epidemic, tragic divisiveness, caused a harmful desire for an outsider, like I fear for police chief. Then there's your town leadership role in the process. Some may recall 2010 CTOS majority proposal for unchecked department head hiring by our town administrator, like school superintendents, which I disfavor. But even CTOS notably excluded 2, police chief and town council. I and one of my many respected Brookline Republican friends, Michael Robbins, were a CTOS minority that prevailed in preventing that. Our dissent started with Ben Franklin's, a republic if you can keep it, and later said the majority's proposal would diminish the influence of Brookline citizenry. I've learned the hard way since 2015 that maybe almost everywhere, city and town lawyers see and treat as their client, a magic lawyer ethics word, those who hire and manage them. Sorry, it's not true. As our town council descriptions confirm, they represent the town and advise and help all town officials. So like for police chief, knowing our town is huge. Like our beloved, maybe unique, a bit neo-chaotic community engagement, 240, many thankfully hyperactive town meeting members. It's like a foreign language and can take years to learn. So this process needed more transparency and meaningful public input. Mr. Callahan's name and resume weren't even in the Friday packet, another of my pet peeves. Finally, and please forgive what I hope is not mere guilt by association, for a town that voted 2/3 for Sanders and Warren and near 90% for Biden, Mr. Callahan worked for 3 staunch conservatives, Hingham High and Busting Rocks Weld, Senator Bob Hedlund, and Tom Riley, a hardline DA and the most conservative AG in my 7 decades, including, by the way, 3 Republicans. Thanks a lot for listening.
The next person signed up for public comment is Emma Nash. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video. Your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, I just wanted to reiterate Amy Takanami's comments about the importance of getting some answers on the status of the CAHOOTS working group. I believe that she posted the questions that she'd asked in the chat, and those were, just to reiterate, what is the plan to move this alternative crisis response work forward? Who is holding the charge here? What can we expect in terms of a timeline, and how is the budget question/issue going to be answered? My understanding is that the working group really hasn't been meeting, and not at the fault of the working group members who have been requesting more info. And these questions have already gone around a few times, and everyone seems to be convinced that someone else holds the answers. So it would be great to get more clarity on those questions than we've gotten here quickly. Thank you very much.
At this time, there are 40 attendees and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Heather, back to you.
Great, thank you so much. And we will do our best to follow up on the many comments that we heard here tonight. So moving into miscellaneous, there is the question of approving the meeting minutes from February 22nd. Any comments or questions, edits before I move that language? Seeing none, I will move approval of the meeting minutes from our February 22nd meeting. All those in favor, Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Was that the one I was absent at?
Oh, you were. So if you want to
I'm gonna
abstain.
abstain, yeah.
Raul was absent too, so he should abstain.
Well, there's nothing prohibiting you from voting on meeting minutes that, you missed, but customarily people do abstain. Okay, and the chair votes aye. Moving into the rest of the miscellaneous question of granting a special permit to DMSE Sports for the Jimmy Fund Walk to be held on Sunday, October 2nd, 2022. Approving the extension of the Brookline Bike Path contract with Tool Design Group through June 30th, 2022. Approving an extra work order for accessible pedestrian signal improvements, phase 1 with Daggle Electrical Construction Corp. In the amount of $50,787.90. Approving amendment number 26 to the contract with William Ron Associates for design of lighting options to be included in the Brookline High School quad repairs project to bring light levels up to code requirements in the amount of $9,725. Approving change order number 8 related to the contract with Gilbane Building Company in the amount of $21,549 for the Driscoll project. Approving amendment number 20 related to the contract with Jonathan Levi Architects in the amount of $74,800 for the Driscoll School project for added environmental work. Approving change order number 11 related to the contract with CTA Construction Managers in the amount of $70,434.28 for the Tappan Gym and third floor renovations for the Brookline High School project. Approving change order number 20 to the contract with Skanska USA Building, Inc. for various changes in scope to the high school project as described in detail in the body of the change order documents in the amount of $161,653. Approving the following budget transfer in the office of the town clerk from the public records account to permanent full-time, $30,000. From public, to public records. Okay, hold on.
Sorry, the total amount is 30,000.
Oh, I see. Okay, and that's just how it's broken down.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
So let me just try to rephrase. So a total of 30,000, and we're moving 15,000 of that 30 to to public records, and 15,000 to elections. So total $30,000 for the town clerk's office. But within their own budget, it's just moving money around. And then finally approving the following alternate manager applications for Mission Inc., Keandre Wood, Edward Castillo, Jackson Fleury, Rebecca Salerno. All those in favor of everything that I just rattled off for the miscellaneous agenda. Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So speaking of Joe Callanan, Devin, will you please promote him? It was my intention, and I believe Mel's intention, to ask the board to approve this hiring this evening. So we can talk as a group, but I will turn it over to Mel to introduce the desired candidate that he had put together a search panel like the ones that we've done for just about every department head since I've been on the board. So Mel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, it is my pleasure to recommend for your appointment this evening, Joseph Callanan as our town council. And I will introduce Joe in a moment, but first let me just summarize my recommendation and the process that went into it. So Mr. Callanan is a experienced municipal lawyer. He has served as the town solicitor, or otherwise known as town council, in the town of Weymouth, which is obviously a large community to our south, for the last 6 years. Prior to that, he worked in the Office of Attorney General under a number of different administrations, I believe. But in any case, was responsible for supervising all the real estate litigation of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in his most recent responsibility in the Attorney General's office. He is also had an interesting career before he became a lawyer. He was involved in the policy and administrative side of state government in this case, including the Executive Office of Environmental Affairs. So I feel that he has an interesting career understanding some of the other side of government as well. He is a graduate of BU, has a law degree from Northeastern, and is admitted to practice in state and federal courts. The process, as you mentioned, Heather, is one that I somewhat inherited, but also expanded during my tenure with the town. And that is the Town Administrator Act vests in the town administrator the responsibility for making recommendations for appointment to department heads. That is the law of our town, and I think it's appropriate because the recruitment and consideration of candidates at a staff level, especially at department head level, it cannot be a public process from the beginning. It's just no candidate would ever apply to a professional position like this if they thought they're going to have their interest disclosed publicly, or somehow have their experience and status gone through a public vetting process. So what I have done in lieu of that is I create these screening panels. The screening panels do two things. Number one, they do bring in people from the community, and I try to make them as diverse as possible, as also to get people who understand the position that we're dealing with. In this case, the majority of our members of our panel were attorneys. And the other part is I always have a select board member on the panel. And as you know, I offer all of you an opportunity to serve on various panels. And I do expect that, if the board has any questions about the process, or they're concerned about the process, that they would use their board member as someone to provide feedback to. As it turns out, we had, I think, a very successful search panel. It included select board member and chair Heather Hamilton, advisory committee member and attorney Chris Westfall, a library trustee and attorney Coenia Martin Page, and town meeting member and attorney John Karen. And they helped me evaluate a number of candidates, and eventually they asked me to consider further attorney Joe Callanan, and I did that. I did a very extensive discussion with Mr. Callanan, reviewed his background, met with him for several hours, did background checks and social media reviews, all the things that I think an employer needs to do. And I'm pleased that Joe came out with flying colors, and I believe he has the experience, the devotion to public service, and the proven ability to manage complex legal issues, staff, and consultants. So I strongly recommend the appointment of Joseph Callahan as town council at this time. I am pleased to report that if this vote is successful, Mr. Callahan will be able to transition to Brookline by the end of March. So I guess with that, I'll ask you, Madam Chair, how you want to proceed. Joe is here. I know he's had the opportunity to meet with all of you individually at least once, but I'm sure he's happy to answer any of your questions or just have some general comments if you want.
I see Bernard's hand up. I was planning on saying a few remarks myself, but let's go to Bernard.
I'm willing to defer to you, Heather.
I'll just say, so Joe did 2 rounds, and the first round, I was very impressed with the way he handled a question that was posed to him about why he wanted this position. And he was very earnest when he said that he misses working with other lawyers. And that was something that I identify with because COVID has been very isolating for many of us. I work 100% at home now, and I do miss my coworkers. So, and then the second round, we kind of put him through the paces. He had to do a couple of presentations on the fly, one of which was what we should be thinking about when it comes to consumption of marijuana when that time comes. And then we had him read the warrants from both warrants last year, and he had to pick out 2 warrant articles that he wanted to learn more about. So it was very interesting to see how he handled us throwing stuff at him, which I think was a very good practice for what it will be like to go before the select board, the advisory committee, and town meeting. So Bernard?
Okay, first of all, Joe and I actually worked with the attorney in the Attorney General's office at the same time. He was in the trial division, I was in public charities, so we never really got a chance to meet or work together. But that's a big plus in my book. Secondly, I think it's important for the select board to know that Weymouth is actually a city, and it has a mayor and city council. I asked Joe about that, and prior to being a city, it was a town. It was a town with a large town meeting similar to ours, and I think his experience, either directly or indirectly, working with the type of a gang of folks that is Brookline's town meeting is very positive. Now, finally, I don't really want to tether my horse to everything that Marty said, but I think one thing that would be important is to give people in the town an opportunity to express their concerns and ideas regarding this very important position. Where are we going with town council after, in my opinion, a pretty rocky last few years because of cases that were handled and other issues. So I just throw that out. You don't have to be a weatherman to know which way the wind's blowing, so I'm not expecting that a lot of people will agree with me, but I'd like to throw that out as one possibility, and that is vote next week, so that people have an opportunity to write into the select board, with their ideas and their thoughts and concerns. So.
Well, I wish that you would have called me ahead of this meeting,
well,
so that we could have talked about this before we went through with it this evening. John?
Thank you, Heather. I thank everyone for their comments. But more than anything, I just want to say a couple of things. Patty Correa will be missed, and that needs to be said. I for one, very much valued her counsel and very much valued having her on the staff to consult, and thought that we were well served by her. And this is just one of those things. this was a process that you heard described. I think it was a process with a lot of integrity. It was a thorough process. It came to a very clear result. My first chance to get to know Joe was yesterday. I was very impressed. And I'm going to issue a very minor correction of something Bernard said, because it touches on one of my favorite things about Massachusetts, is even a city can be a town. And this Weymouth actually has retained town in its title. It's known formally as the town of Weymouth, but they're a city, in terms of governance. Only in Massachusetts, can we do this to people, confuse them thoroughly as to whether they live in a city or a town. But hats off to Weymouth for figuring out an even more bizarre way to do it. So I look forward to Joe's arrival in the town and his first day of work for the town, and I think we're going to get good results from this. And I thank the members of the committee that did the search. I think they did their job well.
Miriam?
Thank you, Heather. I agree with John. Somebody mark the calendar. I as somebody who actually runs a program myself, I'm a big fan of transparency and inclusion, but some processes just, you need a committee like the one we have, a hiring committee with expertise and input. You can't hire people for important positions by complete town consensus. It's not going to get you where you need to be. I also met Joe yesterday. We had a wonderful chat about history and the importance of understanding history. I think he'll be a great asset. I thank Patty for her contribution, but I'm looking forward to this new town council and how we are all going to work together. I don't have any problem with the process, and I'm prepared to vote today.
Raul.
Thanks, Heather. Yeah, I appreciate also the process that went into this, and was able to have a good conversation with Joe, I think just yesterday. One of the things that we talked about, I see no reason to not approve Joe as our next town council tonight. But I'll just say one of the things that we talked about was the need for us to do, as a community, to do big things. And we're trying to do big things on climate and also increasingly around racial justice and other issues. And in order to do big things, it's important to understand where the law is, but it's also important for us to push on those laws. And we've been doing that with some of the fossil fuel free building warrant articles that have been rejected at the AG's office, but hopefully that's going to lead to us pushing state law to change as well. And one of the things that we talked about, and I think Joe's ready to get involved in, is to make sure that we know currently where the legal boundaries are, but also for us as policymakers to work with our town council's office to push on those boundaries. Because if we stay within the same legal boundaries as where we are now, we're not going to be able to do the big things that we need to address the climate crisis and racial injustice and the housing issues and all the other host of issues that even when we as a really deliberative town, through town meeting, select board, and all these other processes get together and decide we want to make a change, still get stymied by state law or other kinds of laws, the federal laws that are out there. And so we need the kind of town council that's gonna work with us to continue to take those big swings. I think Joe, based on our conversation, is up and ready for the challenge. I think for me, that's what we need right now. Look forward to having Joe as our town council.
I just want to say a few other words that were actually, I think, echoed in some of the frustrating comments for public comment. We are a town, we move slower than what people would like to see. And to insinuate that we should delay thinking that it's as easy as, oh, we'll just start the process over and we can get it done in 1 week. That is not how it works. This took weeks of trying to plan around my schedule, around 3 practicing attorneys' schedules who volunteered their time to reach out and recruit a number of attorneys. This is a very difficult hiring environment. You know, it's an employee's marketplace right now. I just find it a little disrespectful and a little hurtful. If something is not in the packet, call me. Usually it's an oversight. The packet is over 400 pages. It is usually not nefarious. Just pick up the phone and call me or the select board's office if there is something missing that you think should be in the packet. So instead of accusing us of withholding information, how about give us the benefit of the doubt and allow us the opportunity to fix it before the meeting? Any other comments before I'm going to move this language? Welcome, Joe. Do you have any words that you want to say before I move the
Are you
language?
going to take a vote, Mary, Heather?
Yes.
Okay.
Should I do that first?
It doesn't matter. It's okay.
Okay. Let's do that first. I am moving the approval to appoint the next Brookline Town Council to be Joe Callanan. All those in favor? Bernard?
Yeah, first of all, I wonder what your comments were directed to. I hope it wasn't anything I said. And I'll vote aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye, and I just want Joe to know it's too late for him to change his mind, so.
You're locked in. Mary?
Aye, welcome to Brookline, Joe.
And the chair votes aye. Welcome aboard.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the hard work of this search committee, the select board, Mel and Devin, and I look forward to joining all of you in Brookline very soon.
Great, thank you. Okay, moving right along to our next agenda item, which is the US Open Championship Noise Bylaw Hearing Delegation.
I will just start, Madam Chair, and then turn it over to Lee Jackson. You know, I know we talk a lot about areas where the board might be able to delegate, and I think we all remembered that we thought we could delegate licensing, but realized that we needed a special act of the legislature to do that. But we don't. We already have a special act called the Town Administrator Act, and as we were considering a potential noise bylaw waiver for the US Open activities around the country club, we learned or relearned, I guess, that the select board does have the authority to delegate its noise bylaw approvals, waiver approvals explicitly in the Town Administrator Act. And we've been having a process where we engage the community, we invite the community out, and we're going to be doing that again in March. The last time was more about traffic and parking, and this time will be more about the environmental impacts of the open, especially noise and other potential factors, especially around the week of the US Open in June. And so we are offering to conduct a noise waiver hearing at this event, and also prepared to exercise the authority to issue a waiver like the board does, with very limited, you know, as narrow as we can, with mitigation measures that would be appropriate and so on. So I'm going to ask Lee if she can just get into a few more details, and then we answer any questions.
Good evening, members of the board. It's wonderful to see you, and thank you for having me this evening to assist. So yes, we would like to move forward with our public forum on March 14th, and I think it would be a nice opportunity for us to do the hearing as well, the noise bylaw waiver hearing, because we have a captured audience already. We have hosted public forums, and people have opted in to the US to hear updates on the US Open Championship. And so we feel like we have a nice collective audience already that we could present to. We do plan about a 20-minute presentation from the USGA on their health and safety plans at each of the locations. And then we think it'll roll nicely into that public hearing. So, so that's our effort. And if you have any questions, I do have some more details as well, but I don't want to run over time. So.
Thank you.
Yes.
Miriam.
Okay, so I'm sorry if this is obvious, but we're talking about golf, right? Why do you need a noise waiver?
Okay, that is a great question. We are talking about golf, but as they go into get set up for the US Open Golf Championship, they will be needing to do some building and some construction. And also we'll be doing some deliveries of supplies to do the said building to set up the tent communities that are going to be utilized during the US Open Championship themselves.
So with any event of this magnitude and you have lots of people, think of it more like a traveling circus.
Yes.
Right. Lots of, generators and air blowing and, just everything that comes with temporary structures and lots of attendees.
Got it. Thank you. That's helpful. I was just like a noise waiver for golf. I just,
What we're talking about, Miriam, is off hours. So mostly overnight, where all the food has to be restocked. And as Heather said, there's temporary buildings in operation and things like that. It's not like this will be the first time this has been held. So I think we have a handle on, the noise impacts, but it will likely involve a waiver, especially during the week of the Open with the overnight activity.
So my two thoughts on this, now that I've, been on the board for a while, and I've certainly encountered angry neighbors that did not like us agreeing to a noise bylaw. What's the plan to notify the abutters? How early?
Yes.
And what are, this isn't going to be like the MBTA's just blanket waiver where they can work, all hours into the night.
No, it's not at all.
Okay.
We do have a good deal of understanding of what we expect to see come in for the waiver, and we will hear more about it. But it really is, as Mel Kleckner just said, the week of the Open itself, where we expect deliveries to take place and some noise outside of normal operating hours. So that is what we'll hear. But we do expect it to be relatively benign up until that point. And most work taking place between operating hours of 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. Starting March 15th, they are going to ask for an extension of 1 hour just for contingency for weather. But it is really minor until June.
Great. So this won't be, a waiver that will give them carte blanche to like midnight every night. Okay.
No, ma'am. No, it'll be very controlled between March and May. In June, it'll start getting busier and a little more action in terms of deliveries, food deliveries, supply deliveries. And it's really at the week of the Open that we expect to hear that the needs are going to be more extended, maybe a 24-hour period where deliveries would happen just to restock from the day's events during the Open Championship, which is typical. And as Mel said, we've done this before with the Ryder Cup. So we do have a really good sense of what to expect. And we feel like this would be a great opportunity because of our captured audience for us to hear that and for it to flow right after the presentation from USGA around their public health and safety plans.
Great. Any other questions from board members? Bernard.
Yeah, is there a way to use back access to the site to avoid going through residential neighborhoods? I mean, I don't know the layout of that part of town, but
we are going to exhaust every effort to make this less intrusive as possible. We have just finished our traffic mitigation planning and moving into health and safety now. So that will be discussed at the public forum on March 14th.
So I'm just taking a look at the vote language. Do we have any details about like what the hours are going to be?
Well, I think right now we're just moving to determine whether the select board gives the authority to hold the public hearing
I see.
on the 14th, and we're not voting on the actual noise variance waiver request at this time.
We would actually exercise that authority on behalf of the board if you delegated it this evening. And
Right.
of course, if there are any issues, you'll probably hear about them, but I will let you know if there were any complications. We're not really expecting them in this case. But
I forgot that this isn't the actual bylaw waiver.
It is
This
not.
is just the authority to delegate that the
Yes.
public hearing happens at that community meeting. Got it.
And you should authorize me as town administrator to the authority to issue the waiver with conditions.
Raul?
Yeah, I'll just say, one of the other complications that happens when we've got, members of the public who want to have their voice heard have to show up to this place and that place and the other. And here, what we're doing is we're asking people to show up to this one forum where they're going to get a lot of information. There's going to be more time than we normally have during a select board meeting. They can hear from lots more people. We still get the benefit of that forum and can watch the recordings later on of that meeting and everything. And there's still an opportunity later for us to dig a little bit deeper into this when we actually start to take the votes on this. So I think it's really helpful, and it's going to be better for folks that are very interested in this particular item. There's going to be more time to be able to discuss it and to weigh in on it.
I should add, I don't believe I answered your question earlier, Ms. Hamilton, but I would say that the letters to abutters are going out, and they're going out in the next few days. To all the abutters for all the properties. So I meant to answer that for you.
Great. Thank you. I had no doubt.
They
Just
are.
wanted it stated in a public setting. Any other questions before I move this language? Okay, so let's get to the language. I move the authority to delegate the noise bylaw waiver hearing from the select board to the town administrator at the upcoming U.S. Open Public Forum that will take place on March 14th, 2022. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye.
Thank you. Good luck this evening. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Sorry, Devin is trying to get my attention. So we're skipping to the hearing that will take place at 7 p.m. I believe. Oh, yes, that's a noise bylaw waiver. Devin?
Yes, I just thought you might want to discuss with the board. It is 4 minutes to 7. This is a public hearing that's been noticed with a legal ad for this noise bylaw waiver request. You do have 2 items, the disparity report presentation, and then 3 departmental budget reviews, as well as the American Rescue Plan funding update, which were supposed to take place prior to that. Those 3 items will be pretty lengthy. So it might be worth just honoring the 7 p.m. hearing time and then revisiting those items after that's happened. But I wanted to just bring that to your attention.
What are people's thoughts of Raul?
I say let's go for it. It's 2 minutes until I think we can get started. Also, the State of the Union's going on. We're going to miss it live, but there's no reason that members of the public who are here to talk about this issue can't catch most of it if we start the hearing on time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts? I'm inclined to dispense with this hearing and then move on to our agenda items. Miriam?
I agree.
Agree.
Excellent. Thank you, John. Thank you, Bernard. Okay, so let's do it. Who do we have to present on this noise bylaw waiver request? This is a public hearing. We will be taking public comment at some point.
I am just working to promote those folks right now.
Great. And this is 5 Washington Street project.
I'll just remind the folks at Callahan Construction that you do need to accept the promotion request. And if you want to use the hand raise feature to indicate that you're here to present on this, you can also do that to help me out.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
We're just waiting for Rose, who set this up. So she'll be with us any second. And I apologize.
Okay, so it looks like Rose has joined us.
How you doing?
Great, thanks. You can share your video if you're comfortable. If not, that's fine. And then I'm keeping an eye out in the attendee list to see if others from your team are going to join us this evening too. So I'll be on the lookout for them.
Thank you.
So you can, if you're ready, get started just with a brief presentation and introduction to the board on your project and why you're requesting the waiver. And then after that happens and the select board have questions for you, we'll move to the public hearing portion.
Okay. So my name is Rosalie Scaton, project manager for Callahan Construction. And we're the general contractor on site for the 5 Washington Street project that borders Brookline. So our request is for not tomorrow, but 3/3, which is this upcoming Thursday. We have a fairly big concrete pour, which we will need all of the day. We'll be starting at 7 a.m. And going through what we think is going to be 8 or 9 o'clock at night, which is why we've inputted an application for an extension up to that time. We will be pouring about 540 yards of concrete. So our mission is to finish before 7 p.m., which is, I know, the deadline. But we're really just asking for this application just to go through, just in case it does pass 7 p.m. We want to make sure that we've presented this to everybody on this call and kind of gotten your thoughts and approval.
And Rose, just to jump in real quick, we don't think that we'll have concrete trucks at this time. We think we'll be finishing the concrete on site. So deliveries, we're thinking will be done by probably 5, Rose?
Correct. Concrete trucks will stop rolling in around 5 o'clock. And then we'll have is finishers, which is just these guys that just finished the slab with not too much noise, but they will be working. It'll take them probably a couple hours just to finish the slab.
I'm a little surprised that you're waiting until the very last select board meeting where you could possibly get a waiver. I assume that you've known for a couple weeks about this pour.
Yeah, so we've known for a couple weeks. It's just you know, construction, it fluctuates sometimes. So we've actually submitted 2 applications, one for this Thursday and then another one for the end of the month, which we potentially see moving into April, just to get ahead of it. So we are applying for 2.
Great. Okay. Any other questions by select board members?
We're going to hear from other neighbors, right? Or we're going to hear from neighbors.
I will move to public comment after I ask the select board members if they have any questions. Miriam?
Well, so I understand correctly, you did not apply for a building permit in Brookline?
No, our building permit is actually with Boston because our entire building is in Boston. It's just some of our laydown area, which is still part of the property, is on Brookline. But we will be pulling in trucks through Boston and then pulling out. Really, we just see the noise being past the 7 o'clock for the finishers, which they just basically sit on these little motors and just finish the slab. It's not going to be concrete backing up trucks and that kind of noise that will be going on throughout the day.
Any other questions by select board members before we move to public comment? Seeing none, I'll just ask maybe an open-ended question. How do you think that this project has been going?
In terms of
engagement with neighbors?
I think it's been we're guests, right, in your neighborhood, and we understand the disruption, and we understand that you know, this big of a construction does cause a lot of headaches for the neighbors, and we're sorry for that. So in terms of how it's been going for us, we've been trying to move as fast as possible, just because we want to finish this project on time so that we can get in and get out. But we do understand that it's been a little bit of a headache for the Brookline neighbors. And on the record, we do want to apologize. And we have been trying to better that in different forms.
Let's move to public comment.
First person signed up for public comment is Tom Cates. Your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Yes, hi, thank you. Can you hear me okay? I'm Tom Cates, and I live at 25 Bartlett Crescent, down the street from the construction project. I've been very involved in what's been going on. This, I should point out to the select board, is a Boston project, and this is a project that has made every effort to isolate itself from any regulation in Brookline. Thankfully, Commissioner Bennett has recently become more involved in some of the abuses that have happened. I did send a document to the select board yesterday morning. I hope you had a chance to look it over with some small piece of the history of these abuses. I don't want to go through all of them, but I would say that the issues of noise and noise violations, specifically the hours, has been continuous through almost 2 years that we have been abused by this, with noise and with engine illegal idling of trucks again and again and again. And I would say, although the ask here, I concede, is not huge in terms of the number of hours they're asking for, the abuse of this has been so consistent for so long. And the reason they're asking now is because they just went ahead and did it again and again without permission. And I'm going to point to one example in particular. This past January 25th was a particularly egregious example where they did a concrete pour of 500 plus yards of concrete, as they're talking about now. And it went till 11 at night when finally Commissioner Bennett became aware and shut it down. And worse than that, when town meeting member Andrew Fisher and I went out to talk to them around 7:38, trying to understand why this was still going on past the 7 p.m., it was an ugly scene with the Callahan people very close to threatening us, telling them they had permission specifically from Commissioner Bennett that they could do anything they wanted. The Brookline police got involved, Officer Sullivan, saying that they had permission, that Callahan could do anything they wanted to get out of the way. These were concrete trucks all over our street. And then they handed us a document. I submitted that document to the select board, which they said proved that Commissioner Bennett gave them permission to go. The document obviously doesn't show that whatsoever because they never had this permission. And this is why they're asking for permission now. So I think that in this case, although their ask is not huge here, this is just so egregious and so consistent. There have been so many letters about these abuses, many of which I think have been sent to the board members over the past year and a half.
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you so much. I don't think that this is something we should allow at this point. This is, and specifically, it's an abuse of our neighborhood for the sake of a Boston project, not a Brookline project. I just don't think this is fair to the neighborhood at this point, given what's happened, to allow this. That's my feeling about this. I appreciate the board's time.
The next person signed up for public comment is Andrew Fisher. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the board. I have one clarification that I would like to hear from Ms. Gatan. And then I have written comments that I've submitted, and if I don't have time, I'll just rely on what I've submitted in writing. But I have a question for a spokesperson from Callahan. I believe she said that the trucks are pulling in through Boston. Does that mean they can close the gate on Bartlett Crescent and keep it closed during the cement pour? And if I could get an answer to that question and stay on.
Why don't you ask your next question, and we will see whether or not we can get you answers to those questions.
I would I think I don't need to go over again what Tom's pretty accurately recounted. This was the culmination of 2 years of petty abuses, in violation of the project plan that they submitted to the city of Boston for their permit. They specifically said they were not going to be using Bartlett Crescent. They were not going to be using any Brookline streets. And that's been not paid attention to for the first 2 years of the project until Mr. Bennett got involved. And now that the developer needs, or the contractor needs a crane and needs, or wants to put in a crane and wants to do some other things, they're coming before the behavior. I'll rely on my remarks for the rest of the that are submitted. If I could have an answer to the question, please.
Is there an answer to Mr. Fisher's question?
Yes, so unfortunately we can't not use the Brookline gate, but we have pushed the Brookline gate as far into into the Washington Street, just so that we can try to keep as many cars or as many trucks off of Bartlett Street. And again, like I said before, we are sorry for the disruption that we have made, but we are trying to do a little better in terms of that. Brian, I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
No, I don't. I echo Rose's apology for, we're just trying to get in and get out, and we're used to doing things a certain way, and we haven't been good neighbors. We're trying to improve on that. But specifically, as far as the pour, I mean, we need 2 ways into the project, and we're abiding by the CMP plan. We did bring on somebody just to monitor traffic to make sure nobody's driving down Bartlett Crescent. So we know that's a hot point, a hot topic. And so trucks will not be driving down Bartlett Crescent. They will be exiting the project onto Washington Street. So maybe within a few feet of Bartlett Crescent, but it will not look anything like the disaster we had at that pour that Mr. Fisher or Mr. Cates was referring to. We had we had problems at the plant, and we don't believe we'll have anything like that this week. In fact, we know we don't. That we had a perfect storm that day, and we apologize. That was not what we were planning or expecting.
So just so I'm clear, you're saying that you will not go onto the Bartlett Crescent at all?
We will not drive down towards.
Andy, this is not, Andy, this is not a back and forth. Please mute yourself.
Are there any? We will not drive trucks down into that office parking lot like we were. We will not be driving in front of the building like happened that last time. It will just be exiting that gate on the corner and out into Washington Street to drive back.
Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Linda Jason. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable. Your 3 minutes will begin.
Okay, so the spokesperson from Callahan said, well, maybe we'll go until 8, maybe we'll go later than that. And Mr. Cates pointed out the last time they had a 500, whatever quantity, 500 gallons, 500 tons of concrete, they went until 11 o'clock. So I'm wondering what kind of guarantee do they intend to give that the work that makes noise will stop at 8 o'clock? And how can we go about enforcing that when that happens, please?
We will shut down the job regardless of what happens. If we're still finishing concrete, we'll just cover it up and we will go home.
At what time?
If we approve them until 8, then it would be until 8.
Okay, thank you very much.
I do want to make board members and guests aware that there is a comment in the Q&A, just sharing their opinion about the lack of respect in the area and impacts, which I believe have been addressed in previous comments. There was an additional person signed up, Theodore Steinman. I do not see them in the attendee list. If you're here, please let me know by using the hand raise or Q&A feature, and we'll be sure to get your comment.
If there is no one else that wants to make public comment, I will technically close the public hearing, but Devin, do alert me if anyone wants to make a comment. I have to say, I get a lot of emails being chair of this particular select board, and I get an email about this project at least once a day for months. For months. I'm very aware of what happened in January, and I'm a very forgiving person, but one of the easiest ways to get on my bad side is to lie about the permission of one of my department heads, and then to get into a altercation with our constituents about whether or not you had permission to violate our noise bylaw. I will end there and recognize Miriam.
Thank you. I'm also on those emails. And I have to say, first, that giving a noise waiver should be an exception. We had a long and lengthy discussion about the impact of noise around the high school when we granted that noise waiver, and the high school is a public good. This is not a public good. This is not a Brookline project. You've made that very, very clear. And yet you come asking for a noise waiver because finally, we are saying enough is enough. I have to tell you, you don't need to do a little better. You need to do a lot better. And I sit on the Driscoll School Building Committee. I'm co-chair of that committee. That project is down the street from where you are, night and day how that project is managed and how it takes into account the abutters and the neighbors and the people it's affecting. And I really think you have a lot to learn. You could learn from them. And I really hope you come away from this meeting understanding that you have really negatively impacted a lot of people in this town. And I think you can do better. I really do think you can. You have to care, you have to want to. So right now, I'm just absolutely not inclined to grant this noise waiver. I mean, this is, you can't just say, okay, now we need something. Now we're going to try to be compliant. This needs to be a part of a process of improvement. And I'd love to see that happen. I would.
Raul?
Thanks, Heather. Yeah, I mean, I'll spare you the sermon because you just heard it, and you know, I agree with everything my colleague just said. I hope you see the value of positive community engagement, and also what happens when community engagement is not going well. You know, this could be a very different conversation that we're having tonight because we want to be good neighbors. We understand that there are projects that that happen adjacent to our community that you know that we want to be able to be supportive of, and so we're not necessarily, just because it's a project that's in Boston, you know, wanting to get in the way of what you're doing. But noise bylaw waivers are given because they're necessary, and because there is a project that has at least some community good, like paving roads and you know, repairing gas leaks and, you know, electricity hookups to buildings, and also building schools and homes and other things like that, community projects, or at least that have some benefit to Brookline residents. There is zero benefit to Brookline residents here, only the kinds of harms that we've heard. And I just see no reason to approve this waiver whatsoever.
John?
Thanks, Heather. Yeah, this construction project has made life hell for people on Bartlett Crescent and some people on Washington Street as well. I think it's pretty clear where the board is headed on this vote. I do want to know if we can just get a comment from Dan Bennett on this as to what he thinks is the best way forward in this situation. And also just a comment from the construction company. What will happen when this noise permit is denied? What will be the response? What will be the outcome for the project?
Rose, you want to handle that one?
Yeah, so like
the question was directed towards Mr. Bennett.
Well, and also to the yeah.
Well, let's let Dan answer first, and then Rose can certainly talk about what the construction company will do if there is no affirmative vote.
So, you know, several weeks ago when they talk about that January incident, you know, that was the kind of precursor for me getting more involved in this project. You know, I was following the emails. I, you know, had some, you know, involvement, but at that point in time, most of the work was on the Brighton side, and there was, other than some lay down areas and some drainage work on there's a little 4,000 square foot parcel that is in Brookline that has no structure, no building on it. It's just some, you know, infrastructure and lay down area to assist with the construction project. But after that January night, when the operations, you know, went till 11 p.m., I did get more involved in the project. And, you know, I would say over the last, you know, few weeks, you know, 2 or 3 weeks, I think the situation has gotten a little bit better from where I stand. But again, I don't live out there and I don't see the day-to-day things. We have, you know, got some cooperation from the developer on a number of matters, but there's still, you know, a long way to go. I guess my point with respect to a waiver or no waiver, my understanding is, you know, Boston has a different process. You just file some paperwork in
grant you that waiver. It's not a public hearing like Brookline does. And I think it's filed at either the building department or some other office at 1010 Com Ave and Mass Ave. So more likely than not, they're going to be doing the work on the Brighton side, whether Brookline, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, whether Brookline approves this or not, there's going to be work on the Brighton side of this or Boston side, but they would not be permitted to do any work within the town borders. So that's including, I'm not sure if that includes Washington Street, if the trucks can still drive up and down Washington Street. That's a private or public way, but on the private property, they'd be able to have no pump trucks, no concrete trucks, no accessory equipment, employees. Everything would have to be contained on that, on the Boston side. I'm not sure how their schedule or their pour would have to change to accommodate 1 hour, less time, because they can work up until 7 p.m. on the Brookline side of the property.
Rose?
Yeah, so there's a couple things, right? We're going to be starting 1 hour earlier. Last time we started a little past like 8 o'clock. So it delayed us a little bit. So we're starting a little earlier. Again, I think Mr. John's question to us was, how will this impact us if it doesn't get approved? It's not ideal for us, but like Brian said before, we're just going to have to shut the operation down, and it is what it is. Again, we understand what it's done to the neighborhood, and we're trying to do better, right? So that's how Callahan will respond. We'll shut down the job.
Thank you very much. John?
Yes, for clarification, shut down the job at 7 o'clock or period, shut down the job, not do the job. I wasn't sure what was being said.
I believe shut it down at 7 p.m.
Yeah, just so that everybody understands that. Yeah.
Correct.
Bernard? You'll have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'd like to just understand whether our denial of the waiver is going to cause any delay. And I guess the answer is no, because I sure don't want this project to go beyond the time that is necessary. But so if you shut down at 7, irrespective of whether you've completed the job, that's not going to delay the completion of the work and the completion of this work. My second question is, did someone answer what the issue with the crane that I've been hearing about in emails from residents is?
So just like anything, right? If we don't complete something today, we're going to have to get it done tomorrow. And obviously it will always cause a delay if it doesn't get done when it's supposed to. Again, our mission is to try to get as much work into place as possible so that we don't have to, stay an extra day or week, or, if it compounds. That's our plan. And in terms of the second question, tomorrow we have a meeting with all neighborhood, including, I believe Dan Bennett will also be a part of that meeting, where we'll be presenting kind of what's going to be happening in the next couple of weeks on our job sites, just so that we understand. And then moving forward, site logistics, what that looks like for you guys and for everybody else.
Great, thank you so much. So I
Is there a crane involved? I mean, that's my question. What is this crane that people have been talking about?
Rose, I can tackle that one if you'd like. Well, when we do the wood structure, which we're hoping to start in the next few weeks, we need a crane to put up that building. And so that's one of the things we'll touch on in our phasing plan presentation tomorrow to the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Hey,
I did, Bernard,
Yeah.
if
want
you
to-
have other questions, then let me know. But we have somebody from the public that wanted to make a comment. He has been very patient, so I'm going to recognize him first.
Virgal, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I won't need 3 minutes, so I don't take too much of your time. I would like to essentially second what both Tom and Andrew said very articulately in terms of just an ongoing disregard for the local residences and their opinions, needs, wants, and any of that, whether it be large heavy trucks idling on the main street when they're not supposed to, the fumes that are generated by the project, the noise levels. It's been an ongoing thing, and I understand you're building a building, but there's a way to do it and there's a way not to do it. Thank you very much. I see the remainder of my time.
Thank you. Bernard, did you have a follow-up question?
Well, apparently no one wants to answer it, so I don't.
Okay.
Is there a crane or not? And
I
what-
can,
what's the
if I
issue?
could, I can, so the crane is not part of this issue, it's not part of the waiver. There is a crane that they, Callahan would like to construct on the Brookline portion of the property. That'll be 110 feet high, and it will be there for approximately 20 weeks. And that will be used to unload the trucks with the wood and the steel and erect, the second, third, fourth floors of the building. That we have a meeting tomorrow at 3 o'clock that I had requested that Callahan do for the neighbors to provide them, the information that they need and would, understand that the impact that this might have on their properties, because there's a boom that's 85 feet diameter that'll go around that could weather vane and at certain times could be above their properties for 22 weeks, depending upon the weather. During the operation, the crane would not be weather vaning. It would be only over the Brighton construction project, but at night and after hours, it could, the wind could blow it so that the boom was over, part of Bartlett Crescent. I identified, I think probably 6, 7, 8 properties that are most impacted. So we're having that meeting tomorrow, more of it as an educational tool, so everyone understands what they're looking, to do there.
Is that something that this board has to approve, or is that something that you can do administratively, Dan?
I'm still working with John Bukite on that. I don't have all the answers. So I have been in touch with a number of, state agencies. I've been in touch with the Boston inspectors. I've been in touch with several large construction companies that do this all the time. And unfortunately, it's not as black and white as I would hope it would have hoped it would be. So I'm still looking into that, and hopefully we'll have, some answers.
If it comes before this board, I'd have a plan B.
Yeah, I mean, the only issue that the town, the issue that we would have for the town is that, Bartlett Crescent is a right of way, so it's town property, town land that we're in control of. And that's my conversations with John Bukite is what are the impacts and who does permission need to be given or not? And that's what we're looking at. Thank you.
Thank you. I can take the vote if that would be helpful. Any questions, comments before I move the language to be voted? Seeing none, I will move the language. I move approving the noise bylaw waiver request from Callahan Construction for concrete being poured at 5 Washington Street until 8 p.m. on March 2nd. and March 29th of 2022. All those in favor, say aye. Bernard.
Largely because I don't see any real injury to Callahan from not getting approval of this. It can be inconvenient, irritant, but it's not going to stop the project or anything. So I vote no.
Raul.
No.
John.
No.
Miriam.
No.
And the chair votes no. If circumstances change, do get in touch with Devin and we will put you back on our agenda. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the time. Very much
Thank you
appreciated.
for your time.
And we will do better.
Thank you.
Believe it when we see it. Okay, moving back onto the agenda, the disparity report presentation.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing today?
Very good. How are you, Caitlin?
I'm doing okay. I'm going to share my screen and get started. And slideshow. Great. All right, move this out of the way. All right. Hello, my name is Caitlin Starr. I'm the Assistant Director in the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations. So as most of you know, the disparity report was undertaken as a result of a warrant article that passed in town meeting in November of 2020. The warrant article urged the town to reconcile gaps and disparities through direct budgeting by identifying the unmet or undermet needs of historically underrepresented communities in Brookline, primarily residents of color, low-income residents, residents with disabilities, and aging residents. To identify those needs, the town needed to gather data from various town departments and community organizations, as well as other community groups that specifically serve these communities and establish a baseline of services available, as well as identify the gaps in services. This report is a result of that effort and reflects both the qualitative and quantitative data that was available within the municipality, community organizations, as well as community-wide perspectives through a survey and several forums. The working group and key stakeholders and contributors that met over the course of the year were representatives from our office, Mutual Aid Brookline, Building a Better Brookline, Council on Aging, Brookline Housing Authority, a variety of Brookline town departments and commissions and committees, Steps to Success, the Teen Center, Brookline Adult Education, Brookline Asian American Family Network, the Food Pantry, the Brookline Center, Women Thriving Inc., and many more. This is just a slide of census data that I'm going to skip just for time. So the disparities that we identified were access to technology, access and availability to COVID-19 testing and vaccination, access to food, education access and achievement, employment, housing status and affordability, health disparity, mental health, quality of life measures, access to adequate transportation, public safety services, language access, childcare, and universal access design. This final disparity, this 15th disparity at the bottom with the star, lack of representation in town government and engagement, was brought to us by community feedback that was received after the initial release of the final report several weeks ago that identified that the demographics of the core working group embodied a key disparity in Brookline, which is the lack of representation in town government and committees and general community engagement. The working group met with community members to highlight the disparity of representation in town government and general engagement and included it in an updated disparity report that was released earlier today. Before we look at the data, I do just want to address that for most of the disparity measures, we were not able to retrieve quantitative racial demographic data. The report does address disparities through the lens across all underrepresented communities. However, nationally, we know that a disproportionate number of BIPOC communities are impacted by these disparities. And based on the qualitative data and the narratives, we know these trends to be true here in Brookline as well. We do know that 51.5% of Brookline residents who live below the poverty line identify as BIPOC. I'm briefly going to go through some of the key data. This is not all of the measures. It is not all of the data. You have the report, it is available, and I'm happy to answer questions at the end about the data, but I wouldn't have time to go through all of it. So I think when we look at access to technology, the highlighted data that I wanted to point out was a phone and paper survey that was conducted by a third party at BHA's elderly properties with a response rate of about 50%. And here you can see that at 3 different locations, there's a large percentage of residents who don't have technology devices or Wi-Fi or internet. The Tech Buddies program, as of January 2022, had 60 eligible residents that had qualified. 27 needed both tablet and internet. 27 needed tablets only. 2 needed internet access only. 40% of these respondents lived at BHA, and 57.1% do not live at BHA, but are on a public assistance program. When we look at food access, we learned that since March of 2020, the Brookline Food Pantry has served between 600 and 700 families a week. Prior to the pandemic, this was closer to 150 to 175 families a week. The Brookline Public School has provided 280,000 meals to families in the district over the last school year. The district has seen a 3% increase in free and reduced meal eligibility in the 2020-2021 school year, and this is compared to a typical annual increase of approximately 0.5%. Mutual Aid Brookline has made over 1,700 food deliveries and distributed more than $127,000 for food. Over the summer, 478 separate households registered and received coupons for the farmers market through the public health department. When we look at health disparities, and here just specifically looking at COVID-19, it was noted that approximately 80% of Brookline cases have known race ethnicity data, and the proportion of burden has had a greater impact on the BIPOC community in Brookline, as you can see in this purple chart over here. Language access. We know that roughly 30% of Brookline residents are foreign born, and about 10% of the population are limited English proficient. The Office of English Learner Education at the schools provides services to more than 850 students in grades pre-K through 12. And from July 1st, 2020 through May 1st of 2021, they had a total of 445 requests. Brookline Housing Authority reports that an estimated 15% of BHA residents speak a language other than English in the home. And from qualitative information from BHA, our office, the Office of English Learner Education, the libraries, and other community organizations, we know that the top 10 languages aside from English that are spoken in Brookline are Mandarin and Cantonese, Japanese, Spanish, Korean, Russian, Portuguese, Vietnamese, Hebrew, and Haitian Creole. Education. If you look down at the spring 2021 MCAS data, 78% of white Brookline students in grades 3 through 8 met or exceeded expectations on the English language arts test, compared to 32% of Black students. The gap for the math MCAS test was slightly higher, with 68% of white students compared to 17% of Black students meeting or exceeding expectations. And then above that, we have a chart that compares the demographics of our STEP students to the public schools of Brookline District as a whole. 48% of STEP students are on an IEP compared to 16% of the district overall. 40% are medical alert compared to 22% overall. 63% of STEP students are economically disadvantaged compared to 9% of the district overall. 79% from STEPs are on free reduced lunch compared to the 11% overall. And 87% of STEP students are students of color compared to 47% in the district overall. Looking at housing status and affordability, 29% of Brookline residents have low or moderate income. 47% of renters spend more than 30% of their income on housing, while 23% spend more than 50% of their income on housing. We know that only 26.7% of mobile vouchers that are issued for the Brookline Housing Authority are utilized in Brookline. The rest are utilized elsewhere because of the high cost of living in Brookline and the cost of rent. The safety net has seen a 129% increase in housing need assistance between 2020 and 2021. Childcare. BEEP's current enrollment as of November 2021 was 296 students. 42 of those students were receiving full tuition assistance. And there was a wait list of at least 25 families that were eligible, but were not receiving tuition assistance. Parent Child Plus is a 2-year program that serves 20 families a year, and there is a wait list and tremendous need in the Brookline community. The Special Education Parent Advisory Council conducted a survey. 77% of respondents identified that they do not have adequate childcare for their child with a disability, and 54% of the respondents cited a significant increase in cost as the barrier. And lastly, as far as data for this presentation, we have transportation. This data is specifically from the Brookline Senior Center. They had a total of 330 subsidized transportation participants. 82% of those participants are low to moderate income. Between July and October of 2021, there was a total of 1,022 subsidized rides with an average of 340 van rides a month and approximately 200 meals delivered a month. In October, we conducted a disparity report community survey. We had a total of 144 responses. 141 were in English, 2 responses were Russian, and 1 response was in traditional Chinese. 68.8% of respondents identified as white, 7.6% identified as Asian or Asian American, 4.9% identified as Latinx, 2.1% identified as Black or African American, 0.7% Native American or Indigenous, 0.7% Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander, 4.9% mixed race, and 14.6% identified or preferred not to answer. 16% of our respondents identified as having a disability in all age categories, and 11.8% of respondents under the age of 65 identified as having a disability. When asked if they believed racial inequities existed in Brookline, 52.78% of respondents strongly agreed that racial inequities existed in Brookline. Of those respondents broken down by racial demographics, 55% of respondents who identified as Asian, Asian American, or Asian American mixed strongly agreed that there were racial inequities. 100% of respondents who identified as Black or African American strongly agreed that there were racial inequities. 57% of respondents who identified as Latinx or Latinx mixed strongly agreed. 60% of respondents who identified as 2 or more races strongly agreed, and 55% of respondents who identified as white strongly agreed. A few comparative statistics that we gathered from our data. Respondents who strongly agreed or agreed that racial inequities existed in Brookline were more than twice as likely to say yes to a centralized community center than residents who strongly disagreed or disagreed that racial inequities existed. White respondents were nearly twice as likely than BIPOC respondents to always have money left over after paying monthly bills. BIPOC respondents were 36% more likely to rent their homes than white respondents, and white respondents were 31% more likely to own their homes than BIPOC respondents. Looking at healthcare, white respondents were 18% more likely than BIPOC respondents to feel confident in their ability to access affordable healthcare. Male identifying respondents were 26.9% more likely to own their homes than female identifying respondents. And lastly, respondents who did not identify as a person with a disability were 2.5 times as likely to own their home. Respondents who identified as a person with a disability were more than 3 times as likely to rent. So many of the disparities that the working group examined are systemic in nature and are interconnected and interdependent in many ways. The working group identified 5 broad key overarching recommendations based on the key findings, narratives, and the specific recommendations that are addressed in the report. For the purposes of this presentation, I've broken those down and just listed some of the specific recommendations that would be under this broad category, because going through each of the recommendations would take probably 30 minutes on its own. So the first overarching goal or recommendation is a townwide commitment to addressing systemic barriers and redesigning the systems themselves to fix current disparities and prevent future ones. Specific recommendations that are found throughout the report would include offering accessible education and training to residents who would like to run for an elected position, but do not know where to begin or do not have the resources to do so. Explore setting a limit to the number of terms that an elected position can hold. Invest in universal childcare and enrichment opportunities. The town offering a stipend to residents who sit on the select board to compensate for the time required to serve. Ensure that post-COVID-19 in-person meeting rooms throughout the town have the proper technology and tools to allow for simultaneous remote access participation. Our second broad overarching goal is the creation, or recommendation rather, is the creation of a Town of Brookline Social Services Department as a means to create synergies and coordination of community resources. Recommended roles of this department would be to establish clear, SMART outcome goals for all disparity measures and a regular process for analyzing the effectiveness of existing and new programs. Ensure that this assessment of town disparities is reconducted at a minimum of every 3 years, although we've been hearing it needs to be done more than that, and updated annually with any significant changes to program offerings, including tracking how many recommendations have been implemented and funded. The third broad recommendation is the town needs to prioritize equitable communication for all town services, government, and events. Some specific recommendations that can be found throughout the report would include performing a 4-point analysis of language needs in Brookline and develop a language access policy and include a language access budget in each department. Commit to reassessment of townwide communications by each department. A user experience study of the town website and payment sites and Brook Online. Inclusion of those experiencing the service disparities in discussion and decision-making about the network of services. Reassessment of data collection and interagency sharing practices. And finally, a publicly available anonymized data portal. And this was specifically in relation to health data. The fourth goal or recommendation, ensure that all community members have access to all aspects of public safety, including emergency response, mental health services, and proactive and preventative health programs. Some specific recommendations that are included in the report include exploring an unarmed public health response team specifically for mental health crisis and investing in longer-term free 24/7 hour social services and mental health resources to reduce the current recurrence of urgent crises. Provide town resources to the Brookline Center and related organizations to expand their clinical mental health program. Expand the existing wellness check program for all at-risk residents. Ensure that all students and residents have access to social workers. Provide support for unhoused community members and those at risk of losing housing. Proactive and preventative health programs such as blood pressure clinics, COVID testing, vaccination, and other healthcare needs. And lastly, commit to find ways to make Brookline more affordable. Housing, education, employment, childcare, which would improve the overall quality of life of all residents. Ensure Brookline's educational and childcare programs expand and adapt with the needs of growing and a more diverse population. Specific recommendations that can be found throughout the report would include consider zoning reform and related efforts to increase housing affordability, reconsider rent control and rent stabilization, make application assistance available to residents who are applying for housing assistance and/or employment, ensure that childcare, after-school programs, and electives regular curriculum courses, including advanced placement, are affordable for all. So again, I know that this was quick. I tried to keep it under 10 minutes. I'm not sure how I did, but the full disparity report and all of the recommendations, as well as this presentation and a recording of a presentation from 2 community forums, can be found at our website under the disparity report tab. And that is it. I will stop sharing.
Great. Thank you very much, Caitlin. That was very thorough, and you kept it moving. Bernard?
Yes, thank you, Caitlin. Just a couple things. First of all, I've not been watching Biden's State of the Union address while this meeting has been going on, but I do understand that he is going to propose an expansion of mental health services throughout the country. Much of it similar to what we already have here in Boston or in Massachusetts, but I'd urge people to monitor that development because it could be very significant. Secondly, with respect to a new social services department, we just heard from our new public health director. I think before we even think about the idea of a new social services department, we at least let her begin to look at the system we have here in Brookline and as it relates to the general regional resources available, and let's figure out a way of enhancing our existing Department of Public Health and Human Services before we jump into a very expensive new scheme. Secondly, I want to just what I want to do. We talked about, Caitlin and I, the issue that's in the report, and I'd like that the report to be edited so that it does not say, as it still does, that the select board recommended the establishment of an unarmed policing type force. You took that out of your presentation tonight, but I think it needs to come out of the report. It's an idea that is very, very problematic, and it's not something that the select board recommended. So those are my two initial comments.
May I quickly respond to that?
Sure.
Since it's a matter of clarification. The select board did vote on April 6, 2021 to establish a group to look into a cahoots process, which is exactly what we're talking about in the report. It was not meant to be a kind of on top of recommendation. It was actually a follow-on recommendation to something that the select board is already looking into. I think that perhaps you took it as a little bit more antagonistic than it was meant to be. We're all on the same team here, right? We're all trying to fix these giant disparities that we do have here in Brookline. And while we could have written a report that is hundreds of pages of long on the advantages of living in Brookline, this is specifically a disparity report, right? That looks at the disparities that are happening in our community. So it's not that we don't see the great work that's already being done. We see that there is more work to be done, and we want to work together to make sure that that happens. And that is why that recommendation is in there. It is something we've heard from community members and from, of course, the task force on reimagining policing, but also just in focus groups, in talking to folks in the data. We need more mental health and public health support here in Brookline that we do not currently have.
All right. But you didn't hear that from the select board. That's my point.
You did vote on April 6, 2021.
I can read that vote, and it does not say what you claim. It does not say what's in the report.
So instead of getting in a back and forth, because we have other select board members who also want to ask questions or make comments.
Right. By the way, I'll answer that in the document that I post on the listserv. So I don't need to talk about that anymore.
Miriam?
Could you send that to us as well, Bernard? We are not on the town meeting list.
Could you send me your, Devin is actually going to post it for the public, but if you send me your email, I'll make sure you get a copy immediately.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Miriam.
Thank you, Heather. God, there's so much to say. First, thank you for this report. Thank you for your work. Thank you for listening to people in the community who don't often get listened to. I think there's some really interesting information in this report to elevate, and I appreciate all the work. I just, fiscal issues aside, I cannot for the life of me fathom why having a Department of Social Services would be a bad idea. And I understand we can't place the fiscal concerns completely out of the discussion, but I don't think that we can drive a decision based solely on fiscal concerns. You know, one of the things I think we as a community need to determine is what are our real priorities And then we put our budget behind those priorities. So if this is something that's important and can contribute, then we have to figure out how to make it happen. And that's part of our job. And it's not an easy one, and I don't have an answer for it, but I don't think we dismiss the possibility because that's the issue. I think we have to engage in the discussion. And, you know, I'm not going to speak for Sigal. She's brand new. She's getting her feet wet. But as a public health professional, you know, there's nothing you would say yes to more as more social work support. This is a really important way to move things forward. So I want to say that. The third thing I want to say is I think it's fascinating when you do the demographic breakdown of the who feels the race equity issues in town. And I think that's really worth noting that 100% of the Black respondents felt that there was racism in this town. I think we need to elevate that. That's really telling. And then finally, I've been working with IT on revamping the website. I have to say I'm very impressed with the IT department. I think that this, as much as we'd like to do a survey, I think this is the time to talk and sit with them. And so what I would suggest, and I'm happy to be in that meeting, is if somebody can really unpack the IT website data with the IT team, now would be the time to do it, because we are literally, they've done a lot of community engagement to get input on how to make the website better. And it's literally happening as we speak. So I wouldn't put that off. If you want to email me and I can facilitate, you know, getting a meeting together with Fang and addressing this like now, because that's to me low-hanging fruit that we can do. And that's my final comment, which is, I think these are great recommendations. For me, one way to think about how to approach them for us as a select board and with your help, how to frame them is what's low-hanging fruit here? What can we do that's easy, that's an easy pivot, you know, that we can move on right away? What's going to be something kind of mid that we're going to need to invest in, and what's the real long-term? We really have to have a plan on how to implement it and get it off the ground. So I'm hoping some of that framing might come in the future to help us kind of prioritize how to think about getting some of this done. So thank you.
Let's move to John first. Liz, your hand is still up. Not sure if you plan to make a comment, but we're going to hear from John.
I always have more to say, but I see from John.
Thanks. And thanks very much for the report. Yeah, I do wish we had more time because the report raises a lot of questions. And let me just start with one. There seems to be a mix of like where the data is coming from in this report. And it's sort of, I lose the thread of like, when I hear data cited, you know, on page 4, and then I hear data cited on page 18 or whatever. Is it from the same survey, or is some of this from US Census data? Is some of it from data gathering? And how was that data gathering done? Was it done scientifically? I heard reference like near the latter part of the report to an online survey. Was that a scientific survey? Is there any way of knowing, you know, who might have known about the survey and decided to participate versus who had no idea there was such a survey? How did the self-selection of people who participated in that survey affect the results of the survey? So, you know, the data sounds really authoritative because it's numerical and it has percentages, and we all love data. But until we know whether it's like gathered in a way that makes it accurate data, and I'll just say one example, I don't think the data in this report line up with data that were collected during the police reform and the police reimagining committee work. And there were surveys that were done, you know, by survey conducting entities that attempt to make sure that their survey results are scientifically sort of screened for the demographics of who's answering. So what would explain the discrepancy in the results in this report versus those results? And whose results do we take as our guide. So maybe a comment or two on the survey work itself would be a good place to start.
Sure. So the survey data is only in the survey section of the report. We do not refer to the survey data anywhere else in the report. The rest of the report data comes from the organization that we were collecting it from, or data that is census or vaccine data from the state, and all of that is cited. The survey data was just a disparity report community survey. I addressed the limitations of the fact that we only had 144 respondents. And we made the comparisons so that it was clear that we know our response rate was lower than we would have liked, but this is what we collected. And that's really just in there for understanding of how the community felt about these disparities. Our working group wanted to go back to the community after collecting information from the organizations, from the municipality, and make sure that they were aligned with what the community believed were disparities in Brookline and ways that we could address those disparities.
I mean, no, thank you for that answer. I mean, a reference to go back to the community to find out what the community believes. I'm not sure what that entails, but we'll put that aside. I just want to cite an example so that people think, maybe don't think I'm, just asking these questions out of thin air. The latest of the meetings on the housing production plan involved extensive presentations of, responses to what was conducted as it was conducted online, I think, a survey. And they mentioned specifically in the presentation that they noted that a significant number of responses came from computers that were registered to the high school. And so they tried to screen out for the impact of somehow, high school-based computers becoming a significant source of data for a survey that was meant to be a community-wide survey. So there are things that can happen, if a survey is not conducted scientifically and if there isn't clear information as to how people self-selected to be participants in the survey. And I would love to have some really, clear data that are gathered in a way that is not, doesn't open up any questions as to how did this data come into the survey, but I'm not sure we have that here.
So Liz has her hand up.
Yes, thank you, John. It's always very important to know where your data is coming from, and I appreciate that inquiry. But in this case, we do actually know where the data is coming from. A large part of the survey was gathering the demographic information of the folks who participated in the survey. And that is detailed in the full report, which is more than 100 pages long, so we definitely have not mentioned everything in the report at this meeting tonight. As far as the eclectic nature of the data in the report, exactly. This is why we need to repeat this disparity report on a regular basis to make sure that we do have consistent data, that we are tracking outcomes, that we are tracking what's happening with the immense amount of effort that is going on in this town to remedy these disparities. We need to have that information. And this was a first effort, right? This was getting the ball rolling, making sure that we're actually talking about the disparities in Brookline in both a quantitative and qualitative manner. So this survey was a first effort. One of our recommendations is that there should be a more comprehensive disparity survey conducted in the future. It so happens that this time we got 144 responses. It was fairly widely publicized, but we can do better. So the hope is that in the future, by talking about these disparities, by talking about this data, and everything in there does have a footnote. So if you find data that doesn't have a specific source, definitely let us know. We will fix that. But we were pulling data from many different sources because there is no centralized source for disparity data in Brookline right now. It is the same issue that we are calling attention to in that overarching key recommendation, right? Things need to be centralized. There needs to be someone in charge of actually paying attention to this collecting this data, making sure that progress is truly being made in our community. Because after all, we can disagree on recommendations all day, but we don't disagree that there are many disparities in Brookline and that we need to get together as a community to fix them.
Raul?
Thanks, Heather. I'm sitting here with like a pit in my stomach. I've only got a few months left on this board, couple months really left on this board. And I'm worried about what we're going to do with this information when I'm not on the board anymore. It is like, if you need verification on anything we heard tonight, talk to Ian Lang at the Brookline Center, Alicia Adamson at the Brookline Teen Center, Juan Cantu at Steps to Success, Giselle Ferro-Puigo at the Brookline Community Foundation, Michael Alperin at BHA, any one of our staff at the Council on Aging, on the office you heard here tonight, Office of Diversity, Inclusion, Community Relations, the Public Health Department. If you need verification on any of this, talk to them. I can't believe we're actually having a conversation about the validity of the fact that these disparities exist. Now, the recommendations, exactly how to go about solving them, we could disagree on that right now, but the fact that these are real issues, none of this is new information. This is verification of what we already knew, and at least the opening gambit from this body that's brought this this disparity report to us to say, like, hey, we didn't want to just come to you with problems. Here's some ideas about things that the town could do. But of course, it's up to you all, the folks that are in these boxes right now who are on the select board, to chart a path forward for our community using all of this community engagement. By the way, it's also verified by the ARPA report that we got recently, and not to mention other work that's happened in so many other venues across town. I feel like this board is missing the larger point here, is that, like, what we need to be talking about is the fact that these are all solvable problems. They're real big, they seem intractable, they've been with us for a long time, they're not new, but they're also solvable. And that we can marshal the resources to solve these problems in a community as wealthy as ours. It is unconscionable that those problems, that those disparities exist in this community. Like, that's the forest. Y'all are talking about trees over here. That's the forest, and we're completely missing it. It's really frustrating to me that, you know, we have the power to address these disparities, and that we have the power to make it our top priority, among our top priorities at least, right? And that we can work backwards from there. So I would love for us to spend more time about this. I mean, these are all questions that were really good questions to maybe ask offline or whatever, but I think what people are looking to when they look to this board is leadership. The big question for this board is, what the hell are we going to do about it? Right? And we can better understand the problems and things like that. But ultimately, the question is going to remain, what are we going to do about it? We need this is a crisis, no question about it, in our community. And it might not be for some, right? And that's the thing, is that we live in a Brookline where there are people who are dealing with none of these issues whatsoever, right? And we see that reflected in the data as well. We've seen that again through other kinds of community engagement exercises. And good for them, right? But there are people in our community, our neighbors, who are dealing with those problems. And this is a new normal. And we have been talking about how better to use our own budget. And I think we should marshal resources outside of our budget, certainly, to address these issues, right? And that is what we need to be talking about, is developing a meaningful, comprehensive plan to address these disparities. So, you know, yeah, sure, let's keep talking about this line or that item in the report itself. I don't think that's a good use of our time. Let's start to lead here.
John?
I want to thank my colleague for his comments, but I do want to say I think he has misunderstood my comments and the comments of others. Believe it or not, people recognized every single one of the disparities identified in this report well before there was this report. People in Brookline have recognized these disparities for years and have responded to them for years. Recognition of them and response to them did not begin with the arrival of one or two of the more recent members of the select board. That's why we have a housing authority. That's why we have school lunch programs. That's why we have social workers in the schools. That's why we have some of the programs that exist within the police department and within the health department. It's not news that we have what is called disparities in this report. And one of the issues that, that I'm just having to kind of work around for myself and for hopefully for the understanding that other people will bring to this is what is meant by a disparity. Is it the same thing as lack of access? Because I don't see lack of access here that is unaddressed. I see some, but I don't see it in every instance. Steps to Success is a program that addresses disparities. The Brookline Housing Authority is a very considerable program that addresses disparities. Thank God we have the Brookline Food Pantry. Thank God we have the, the food service programs of the Council on Aging. And the Council on Aging also has social workers that address disparities. Brookline Community Mental Health Center for years has been addressing disparities and has been getting some assistance in doing that from the town through the CDBG program and through other programs. Why I ask the question is this particular report draws conclusions about what is needed to address the disparities and adds to what is already being done certain recommendations. I just want to know what the basis for those recommendations of additional things that we should be doing to address disparities, what the basis for that is. When I hear that there is a disparity in food access, I don't immediately think social worker. I think we maybe need to put some more money into food access programs. When I hear a disparity in terms of people who struggle to pay for housing, I don't think social worker. I think we need to do more to make housing affordable to those who need help with that. So that's why I'm asking these questions. I'm not asking these questions because I'm an ignoramus who doesn't get that there are disparities in Brookline. And I take offense at the implication that that's what my questions were all about.
Liz and then Miriam.
Don, I would be very happy if you threw money at food insecurity and housing affordability in Brookline. Absolutely. Let's do that, right? Let's do that right now. Let's make that happen. But I'm happy to say that these recommendations are actually coming from the very folks that you just named in your report who are working on these disparities in Brookline. We are not saying there has never been any work done on disparities in Brookline. Quite the opposite. This data, these recommendations are coming out of meetings with folks who are working flat out on these disparities. And I'm happy to say that I am one of those people working on food access in Brookline through Mutual Aid Brookline. And what we're doing right now, everyone's doing their best and it's not answering the need. That is what this report is saying. This is saying we need to work together to make sure that we are fully answering the need. Things exploded with COVID. We all know this, but also pre-COVID, right? There was food insecurity in Brookline before COVID. We know this. There were language access problems before COVID. We know this. There were racial inequities in Brookline before COVID. We know this, but they were exacerbated by COVID. And we now have an opportunity in this particular moment, right after 2020, when we have this realization that we can actually work together as communities to remedy these disparities, to call them out and call people in our community in to say, hey, plenty of people working on this. It's not enough. Let's work together to really answer these disparities in our communities. In terms of defining disparity, let's just go back to the original definition of the word, right? Disparity, right? Not on the same level, not the same access, not the same amount, not the same resources. It can mean several different things, but what it always means is that there is someone in our community who does not have the same access to another resource that someone in our community does. Basic needs are not being met, and we have the power, we definitely have the power in this town to make sure that that no longer happens as we move into the future. Obviously, it's not going to happen overnight. There are short-term goals in the report, and there are long-term goals in the report. Right, some of the short-term ones, that low-hanging fruit that the other board members talked about, it's in there, right? And actually, one of the things that's in there is what Chi-Chi commented on in public comment, right? That language access warrant article that passed town meeting right, has the approval of our legislative body, but has not yet been implemented in the town, right? And I want to just take a moment to thank Mel, actually, because I didn't have a chance to say this before, who in the financial year 2023 plan named as a priority social services. So this is something that is working its way into the financial plan. It's working its way into the budget. It's just not quite there yet. And that's exactly why we need to have this conversation before the closing of the warrant article for our spring 2022 town meeting. And I've been talking a lot, so I will hand it off to Miriam.
Miriam?
Thank you. So I don't know if this framing is helpful or not, but to me, yes, John, all of those things that you say are happening, absolutely, those are happening, right? Those are pieces of a much bigger puzzle, right? So when we step back and we look at social work, to me, we're talking about we have a structural problem here, right? We have systems and structures that are not doing their job, right? There's a saying, every system is built to do exactly what it does. So if we want a different outcome, if we want a different system, we need a different system. We need to do something differently. What we're doing now isn't working. And so actually, I think, right, my job, the work I do at Harvard is about institutional accountability. It's about looking at structures and systems. It's about saying, what is the root cause of this problem? How do we dig this problem up at the root rather than prune the tree? And to me, social work is a perfect example. Social work is a field that looks at the root of the problem rather than cutting off the troublesome leaves. And which is makes total sense for a public health perspective. If you have somebody whose skill is helping somebody access food, fill out paperwork, find affordable housing, then they're addressing all of these issues, maybe getting them educational opportunities, help finding childcare so that the person can go to work. That is a more structural approach to a problem that we clearly have not fixed yet. So to me, if we want the same outcomes, we should absolutely keep doing the same thing. But we had this discussion earlier today. I'm not about the status quo. I'm about doing something new and bringing in new voices and problem solving with a new lens and a new way. And to me, that's what this report gives us. It gives us the legs to carry us into a new way of thinking and a new way of problem solving, and to look at the roots of these problems and address them structurally, which is frankly the only way we're going to make any real impact.
Caitlin?
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate what Liz said just about the recommendations coming from those organizations and from the departments that we sat with over the course of a year for hours and hours, discussing what they are doing, what they are implementing, but where there are gaps in their own ability to do some of the work that is outlined here. So those recommendations come from the community, they come from the organizations themselves. I know Liz said that, I just wanted to reiterate it.
Bernard?
Yeah, just briefly, in defense of John, no one is objecting or disagreeing that we need to fix structures. However, new structures can be just as dysfunctional as old structures. So we have to think about what makes sense. I think that's what John is really trying to get at. And that's what I think we all agree. The question is, how do you do it in a way that's going to be effective, not just make us feel good and cool, but effective in actually addressing the problems, and not as if we can do it overnight. I mean, I know some people think we can, but in my 72 years on this earth, I've learned that you can't do things overnight, and if you try, you'll never get to a solution. So what is the process that will begin to solve some of the problems and build on what we've already accomplished here in Brookline? We've done a lot. For example, just recently, a study came out called the I forgot what it's called, but Count statewide count of homeless people in various communities, done on February 23rd, so that there's no overlap. Brookline has 4 homeless persons in this town. That means that we've done a lot. We haven't solved the problem, but we've done a lot, and we should build on that to make sure that in this case those individuals get the services that they need. And if they want, and many people don't want to come off the street, but if they want to come off the street, that they have some option to do that. But I don't think John is arguing that there's not a need for structural change. He's just saying, let's make sure it's structural change. It's not going to create a bad structure.
Miriam, your hand is still up. Okay, Raul.
Thanks, Heather, and I'll be brief here. Just 3 points I want to make. First of all, that we can't confuse action for progress, and there are many things that we do and have done. I certainly resent the idea that that newer board members, I'm actually less of a new board member than John is, but anyway, newer board members don't know about what's going on in Brookline. It's kind of a weird comment. But in any case, let's, from the newest board member, almost newest board member. Anyway, let's not confuse action for progress, right? Like, obviously we have many organizations that are doing what they can, but frankly, most of what they're doing is bailing the water out, right? And they're doing a hell of a job at it, and they deserve our praise for doing everything they can. But those actions have gotten us the results that we see today, right? So we can't confuse action for progress. We have to think about what is the desired state of being? Where do we want to be? And then tack backwards from there, right? And start to build a plan to get to that desired state of being where those disparities no longer exist. If you continue doing exactly what we're doing, then we're going to end up very much in the same place that we are now, X number of years from now, right? Okay, so let's not confuse action for progress. We have to figure out what progress looks like and work toward it. Second thing is there's a big difference between addressing symptoms and root causes, right? And so we are doing, as Mira mentioned, a lot of addressing the symptoms. So, but we're not addressing the larger root causes, particularly around wealth creation and the wealth disparities that are actually putting people in positions where they can't afford food, utilities, a place to live. I mean, this is all just criminal stuff. I mean, the fact that people, including people who are working full-time jobs, can't afford these things, okay, is something that we need to address at a larger level. I know these are things we want to punt to the federal government. These are things we want to punt to the state. But there are neighbors living in Brookline right now, and we have to do more. And we haven't done enough to actually address those larger root causes. And then third, I do agree with the point that I made earlier and was just reiterated by Bernard about the need to develop a meaningful, comprehensive plan to address these problems. We have not done that. By and large, we've allowed the nonprofit sector to address these problems on our behalf. And what I'm calling for, and what I think a lot of other folks are calling for, is for our municipal government to get involved in solving these problems, right? And to work alongside the nonprofit sector to address these issues. That's what we actually haven't been doing, frankly, and certainly at least not enough. And that is really clear. So those things we need. Let's not confuse action for progress. Let's address the root causes, not just the symptoms, and let us work together on a meaningful, comprehensive plan to address these disparities.
So I just want to make a few comments, and then I think we have a few people that have let Devin know that they want to make comment, and we're going to keep it real short because we have a lot more on our agenda tonight, and it's already 8:30. The thing that is keeping me up at night is the deficit with the school budget, the $5.8 million. And we know that you want to talk about structural problems. I mean, Prop 2.5, I understand why it was passed. And now that I see how the sausage is made, I can certainly understand the sentiment that there's a lack of distrust of elected leaders to keep taxes at bay. We have a lot of structural budgetary problems because prices and just everything that we have provided, just the cost keeps going up, and we just don't have the money to keep up with it for the for the stuff, the bread and butter stuff, the municipal services. So I'm not that opposed to thinking that a lot of this stuff should be addressed by the private sector nonprofits. I think we've also gotten a glimpse at how limiting having small public health departments for every single town and not like at county-wide. I may be in the minority here, but there are economies of scale when we're talking about big structural problems. And one of the biggest frustrations that I have encountered being on this board is that we'll have 8 people sign up for public comment that demand us to do things that I personally think are outside of the jurisdiction of Brookline. Sure, we could be doing more, and I would support certain things. But what are you demanding of your state representatives? What are you demanding of your state senators? What are you demanding of your US congressional representatives? Because what I know is that they have the power to address a lot of these issues. And I don't think that's punting to state and federal. I think that there are levels of government and that certain levels of government have responsibilities to tackle these bigger systemic problems. Let's open it up to public comment.
Naomi Schweitzer indicated in the Q&A that she had a question. Naomi, you can unmute.
Hi, everyone. Naomi Schweitzer, town meeting member, precinct 10. Excuse me, I didn't know I was coming off mute with a mouthful of dinner. Thank you to the Disparity Working Group and the town staff that worked so hard to put this report together. My question is if at a future select board meeting, you would be interested in having a presentation on homelessness and housing insecurity in Brookline and our immediate surrounding areas. I'm happy to help put that together. This is an area of expertise for me. And there were some comments made tonight about that situation in Brookline. And I think there's a lot to discuss in that area. So my question is, if you're interested in having more information about that, myself, and I think there are many other community members with that area of expertise would be able to help provide it, to help deepen your understanding of those needs in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Naomi. We will add that to the futures list. And I'll work with Devin to see when it's appropriate to come before the board. Any other public comments?
No.
Great. Liz, okay, I really want to move on. So please keep it under 30 seconds.
Easily. One of the things that we can do is definitely advocate on the state and federal levels. This is something that I do consistently. I know it's something that you all do consistently. So part of what we see in this report, use that data, right, to go after your state and federal reps, but also make sure that we are taking care of our town community as a town, because after all, we are our own unit, we are our own community, and we have a Brookline specific need, right, to answer these disparities ourselves as well. So let's all work together. Let's throw everything we have, all levels of government, all levels of community at this problem, because it's huge and we can't do it on our own.
Thank you. Bernard, 30 seconds.
Yeah, okay, we're okay. By the way, we have a homelessness task force that deals with a lot of these problems. So, in addition to Naomi Schweitzer, I'd suggest that we make sure that we get them involved. In terms of resources for homelessness, there are a lot of places where those are listed. One that I ran into just recently is on the police department's website under their community services tab. There is a link to a number of resources. So, we should learn more about this and what we can do. There's a lot more that can be done. A lot has been done for the 4 people who are homeless in Brookline, but also for the many people who were homeless, but we found housing for them. And, that was eliminating an important disparity that, helped those people in big, big ways.
Thank you, Bernard. We're going to move into departmental budget reviews. We have 3 this evening. So I think Justin Casanova Davis for our finance department will be doing the first presentation.
Thank you, everybody, for listening, for reading the report, and I look forward to talking to you more about this.
Thank you very much for the presentation.
I was being promoted to a panelist. Did you already, we're doing finance now, right?
Yes.
Perfect.
Thank you, Justin.
Yeah, no worries. Dev, I think Mike, Rashid, and Dave are here, if you don't mind promoting them as well. But good evening, everyone. I'm going to share my screen real quick. I am, and everyone can see that?
Yep.
I am Justin Casanova Davis. I'm here as the acting finance director. I'm here with Rashid Belhossein, who's our chief assessor, Michael DePietro, who's our comptroller, and Dave Janakakis, who's our chief procurement officer. I want to thank them and the staff for helping us develop this budget. So let me, beginning, I will quickly go through this. So the budget for fiscal year 23 for the finance department is about $3.5 million. It represents a $78,000 increase and a 2.3% increase compared to fiscal year 22. Going through the lines, the salary lines, you'll see a reduction from the fiscal year 22 budget because of turnover within the department. Services, you'll notice a $95,000 increase. I'll discuss what those increases represent on the next slide. And other, it's a professional increase in professional due for one of our staff members who became certified in payroll management, and increase in utilities for our fleet vehicles. I will note for that line, we anticipate we're going to reduce that line in the future. We've been moving towards electric vehicles, so that line will probably be eliminated in the next couple of years within our department. And then the small increase in capital is representing a PC lease that's getting on our PC lease cycle. But some of the increased costs in that services line represent the Just Appraised subscription service, which is in our assessing department, an increase in general consulting services to help deal with personal property and residential matters, represent a increase in our Munis software, which is our financial software system, both in our payroll and comptrollers division. There's an increase in credit card and banking charges, really anticipating that a return to parking. So thus the increased charges in that line. And also the largest increase for the finance department is in our postage and printing. It's representing the tax bills that are being shifted to our purchasing department. And also it takes a small portion of the quality software that we have in the purchasing department, which is about $10,000 for that. Quickly show an FTE chart. Our FTE for fiscal year 23 is about 31.72. You'll note a 1.5 variance. I will note this is sort of a technical thing. That 1.5 position is our concierge position. That position, as the board knows, was funded under CARES, and now it's being funded under ARPA, but it is under the supervision of the finance director and the finance department. So just highlighting in the budget for transparency. Some quick highlights. Had a fiscal year 21 audit unqualified opinion. Last week, the town received its AAA bond rating for its fiscal year 22 bond sale, which is great. We have a 98.2% collection rate, slightly increased from the previous fiscal year. Some other highlights is, we integrated the CPA surcharge with our Vader software, did a full-scale rollout of DocuSign to really move forward and digitize the department. And really want to talk about quality. We're really proud of that, our promotion of more inclusivity and trying to, support and have purchasing interact with more historically marginalized groups. And we've had a successful reorganization of the Treasury Division. The Finance Department had a reorganization within the Assessing Department or Assessing Division, and now we did a Treasury Division sort of reorganization, made all of our staff on the same pay grade to allow for cross training and to just to make it more efficient. We also change the payroll coordinator position to assistant payroll director position to allow for the department to really do some succession planning and add bandwidth to that division. I will make sure to send the board the slides for this, but I asked all of the division heads to answer your questions, Heather, that you posed. I will surmise for all of them so that we don't go through it, but a lot of divisions did mention, if they could, with unlimited budget, they like to increase salaries. It's been very tough to hire in this job market, and especially in municipal finance. It's really hard. There's not a lot of people with the skills, the requisite skills. We have deputy chief assessor position that we've had to re-advertise. But for the entire department, if with an unlimited budget, I like to see us implemented sort of a municipal finance internship program, sort of something for undergrad or graduate student to give them a year of real, actual work within a municipality, maybe use as a pipeline for them to get interested in municipal finance, but also hopefully we get to see their talent and they can remain in the town of Brookline, especially because we're going to have some retirements in the department moving forward. Biggest challenge and accomplishment is sort of tied into one. Obviously, COVID is the biggest challenge that we've had. The finance department is a hub for every department, pretty much. We interact with every department. And obviously with remote work and not being able to be there in person, that may be difficult on the communication side, but it really is an accomplishment for this department because we haven't missed a beat. I really think the finance department has exhibited what work from home can be and a successful program. And the staff, the division heads have truly been exemplary these past 2 years under COVID. And where do I see the department in 5 years? Really want to see professional development, focusing on professional development. I think a goal would be to have at least one person within every division that has some skills or have some capability to help in another division. We're slowly getting there. We've had some people change from different divisions, and now, if someone's out, someone can step in. So that's really, I think, the vision for the department, future 5 years. Try to be quick there, but open up for any questions.
Thank you so much, Justin. Miriam.
That was great. Thank you, Justin. And thank you to you and your team for all the work that you do. I saw on one slide that there was a banking charges line of 10K. Just curious about that, what that is. Like the bank, yeah. What is that?
So the banking charges line is actually more than that. The slide is noting the increase, the $10,000 increase for fiscal year 23. We pay for lockbox services. It's sort of payments from residents paying their bills. They will go through it. They'll collect these payments, and it's a lockbox service, really. Also, under that line, we pay for passport as well. So that's the passport cost that we pay for. So that's what you're seeing.
For parking, the parking app.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I was like, I don't understand.
Yes, we now offer passport photos. We have a photo booth in town hall.
Well, also I was like, is that an overcharge fee? Like,
no.
It's our newest way to raise money for COVID. John.
Thanks, Justin. And I just wanted to say that we have this. Thanks to the chair, we have this new way of sort of breaking down the review of budgets, and it was my pleasure to be assigned these budgets that Justin just described to us. And I heard much of this presentation and went through it individually with him yesterday. And we are very, very fortunate in Brookline that when we needed someone to step into the position of treasurer and head of the finance department, Justin answered the call. And I think, as you could see from this presentation tonight, he really has gotten on top of the job. He's really in touch with not just the needs of the treasurer collector's office, but all of the divisions within this department. And I take very seriously, as I'm sure others do, when we hear that the salary isn't attracting someone to a position as important as, let's say, deputy assessor, but there are other positions as well. So I don't know how we're going to do it. I don't know where we're going to find the money, but I do think we have to do a serious look at departments such as this one that are running into difficulties filling very, very essential positions. And one thing I want to remind people of is that the financial transactions of a municipal government are under increasing threat, almost daily threat of attacks from people who are attempting to either, through scams or through cyber breaches, security breaches, attempting to manipulate and divert funds. And those attacks are happening on a regular basis, aimed at Brookline and many other municipal governments. And we cannot afford to let down our guard because we're short a person in a key position. And if the issue is that we're not paying enough in that key position, we do have to address it. We've got to be sure that we're protected at all times. Quincy just lost money to some kind of a scheme within the past couple of weeks. This can happen, and we have to be realistic about it and address it in terms of our defenses in Brookline.
I also want to applaud Justin's idea to build a pipeline of talent. And I really hope that you get in touch with somebody at Northeastern and try to take advantage of their co-op program, which started in the engineering department, but I believe is now throughout their university. Raul?
Thanks, Heather, and thanks, Justin. I'm just really glad to see Justin in this role. I think I've said this many times before, but I'll say it again. There was one thing I just wanted some clarification on. There was on the slide, it said 98.2% real estate collection rate, which of course sounds great, but there's also 1.8% not collected. Does that get collected at some point? And I'm also wondering if there are any particular characteristics about about the properties for which we don't have real estate taxes collected yet. Is that people that just can't afford to pay them right now, or what do we know about them?
Right. So the first part of your question, 98.2%. Raul, actually, your first part of your question, can you repeat the first part of the question, please?
Yeah, the first part is, I suppose, well, I guess the real question is, tell me about the 1.8%.
Yeah. No.
So who are
Yeah.
they, and
no.
why
You
why
also
aren't they paying?
asked, yes, you also asked if we will collect it over time. There we go. Yes.
Right.
So yes, there's a mechanism to get it over time. There's a tax title process where you can, reclaim that. A lot of properties, it's just working with my assistant collector. We will send them notifications. Actually, we just collected about $140,000 in past taxes this past week because of some of our diligence within the department. To be honest with you, haven't seen a lot of people saying they haven't been able to pay. It's the most common refrain why people haven't paid their taxes actually is they never received the bill. And luckily in Brookline, there's a lot of communities within the Commonwealth that don't send a tax bill. We do send a tax bill. But even if you do not receive a tax bill, you are responsible for that tax. But we're really proactive. We'll send a follow-up communication, contact them, and we've been pretty successful. I think over the past 4 years, if I look back, we've gotten to 99%. But there is a tax title process that we can do to claim all those funds.
All right, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
If they're like me, they only check their snail mail like 4 times a year.
Right.
Any other questions or comments? Bernard.
Yeah, I guess I don't really have a question. I do have a comment. I think I want to echo, maybe it was Raul. Hey, mark your calendar. Like something said. It's really important to sort of think about how when we had an opening in our finance department, we were able to go into our pipeline and move someone into that position who had the skills of someone like Justin Casanova Davis. And Justin has, I'm sure he has plenty of opportunities to move up from assistant town administrator to town administrator or finance director in some big city or something. But the fact that we had an opportunity to move him up within our system, I think, was really very good, and it'll be very beneficial to us. That's just a comment that I think needs to be said, because it's one of the great things, one of the things that the town administrator's office has done that doesn't get as much applause as it should. So.
And that was Heather. I just have to say.
Oh, I'm sorry, Heather.
I was inclined to let that one pass just so that everybody's getting along.
No, I apologize, Heather.
No worries, no worries. Any last thoughts, Justin?
Nope. Thank you. I just wanted to thank the staff within the department. They are fantastic, and particularly the division heads that joined me tonight. So thank you.
Yeah, you have a really good crew.
Yep.
Well, thank you very much for that presentation.
Thank you, Heather. Good evening.
Good evening. Next, we have the Department of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations. Lloyd.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here tonight to share our FY23 budget. I'm going to start sharing my screen right now. Are you able to see it?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. Okay. All right. My name is Lloyd Janu. I'm the Director of the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations. I'm also the Chief Diversity Officer for the town of Brookline. As you're aware, the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations promotes events and activities that aid Brookline community become more culturally competent and to be informed of the achievements and barriers faced by our protected classes. It continues to work with community entities to examine the quality of life barriers due to racial inequities or discrimination based on protected class status, and to develop strategies to mitigate those barriers. We're a staff of 4, and Sergeant Caitlin, who you had I think a wonderful presentation from tonight, followed by Sarah Kaplan, who is our ADA coordinator and community relations specialist. We have our newest member of our team, Carolina San Miguel. She's a community engagement strategist for us. And then it's me. Like I said, I was the Chief Diversity Officer. And I'm going to start right here and say my team is wonderful. When I go through some of the accomplishments that tonight, although briefly, it's because of the quality of staff that I have that can make us do all the work that we get done. So I'm really proud of our team, and I really like working with them. Right, down to the budget. We have a modest budget, $350,000. Most of that budget actually goes to our staff, staffing. We have an increase in our professional tech services budget of $10,000. That $10,000 will be going primarily to assisting us internally with our language access needs. Our wireless communications is now down to 0, but that's also going into professional technology for us.
Lloyd, I think you have to advance your slides because we're still on the very first one.
Oh, you are. I don't know how that happened. Oh, you're on it now?
Still on the first.
You have to put yourself in presentation mode. So if you go up to the left, top left.
Huh. I don't know why this is happening.
You can click on the individual slides on all the way to the left. Yeah.
You got it? Okay. Huh. All right. So
For office supplies, maintain the same budget as last year of $1,000. Special program supplies, we have an increase in $10,000, and that's to help us with our community engagement events. And the rest of our budget is being maintained as last year's rate. So moving on to accomplishments. Let's see, completion and distribution of the Brookline's first diversity and inclusion business directory. We collaborated with the community entities to develop a disparity study, which was presented tonight, and to develop a public report to be shared with the community. We convened 4 racial equity trainings for the town departments and continue to assist departments to create and to implement racial equity goals. We collaborated with various town departments such as IT and DPW to address and implement accessibility strategies to the town website, facilities, sidewalks, and open spaces. We're instrumental in getting closed caption adopted into Zoom meetings and other public processes. We provided consultation and technical support to the police reform and reimagining the police force committees. Again, we're instrumental in helping the town departments to create community engagement goals. We provided consultation to the Brookline recreational marijuana establishments regarding the racial equity plans. And I won't go into the other ones. I'll just leave them up there because they're pretty much annual things that we do. But I want to key on one other. One was the collaboration with BCF and the community to develop the REAP grant process. Moving on to the question about what would the office do with an unlimited budget. That would be to establish and fully fund a community center in which the Oats DCI would be housed at that site. Ideally, the center would be in an area that is most diverse. It would offer programs that would benefit all community members but will ensure that programs are designed to address the persistent needs of marginalized groups within a community. The office contends that addressing the basic needs of people lead to a greater chance to have more people participate in civic processes. Along with having dedicated spaces such as workplace, business centers, conference rooms, and recreation centers, the following programs would be offered within the center. Let's move that over a little bit. Government program application assistance, GED classes, business training programs. I won't read all throughout the list. Job preparedness programs, diversion, detention, post-detention services, career development, legal aid programs, and the cultural awareness programs. That's just to name a few. What have been the biggest challenges in the last 2 years? I think the biggest challenge is to get more BIPOC folks to be civically engaged. Our observations are that engagement from BIPOC communities tend to be the same individuals. A fuller spectrum of individuals from all groups are needed, as they will bring different ideas and questions than those that we typically hear from. Number 2, the retention of BIPOC individuals in managerial roles in town departments. We have been comparatively successful in the recruitment of BIPOC managers in the last years, but we have lost many of them. And I will also say that our largest majority, which are Asian folks, they're not as represented as they should be in our government in terms of work. Although there is progress towards department heads seeing their operations through a racial equity lens, there remains challenges for some departments to see how they can be instrumental in mitigating racial inequities. And I want to be clear on that. Internal ways, structures such like employment, supply diversity, or things that we can do is thinking outside the box when, as Raul actually pointed out earlier, where maybe state laws and stuff are impeding on racial equities. And so we need to start thinking outside the box. How do we change that as a department and as a town that we can advocate for change? So that's what I meant by that. It's noted, and this is a big one, it's noted that the phrase community engagement is now part of the town vernacular. That's good in itself because it demonstrates that town employees, employment, elected officials, and warrant petitioners are aware of this importance. However, More importantly, is a demonstration that community engagement is being effectively done by those individual groups who report to have engaged in a CE process. You hear, my concern is that we go out and talk to 10 people and that's our community engagement. It needs to be more comprehensive than that, and it has to be more thorough, with an understanding of when we go out and do this, expressing what those limitations are of our outreach. So I think those things are important. And then finally, where do I see the department in 5 years? My hope is that we will have expanded our staff to allow the office to do do our work more expeditiously. The office needs adequate staffing to address language access, to process complaints and operations associated with the complaint process, office administration, and additional aid in community engagement and outreach. I think it would be beneficial to the community if the office could also provide some of the services mentioned in the unlimited response that I began this presentation with. All right, I went through that rather quickly, so if there are any questions, please let me know, and I will stop sharing.
The biggest surprise, delightful surprise for me was the idea of doing a community center if you had an unlimited budget. And I didn't know whether or not you have reached out to maybe the owner operator of Village Works, Melissa. I could put you in touch with her, and also adult education for, some of the programming that you listed. I'll just sit and marinate on that. Miriam.
Thank you, Lloyd, and thank you to everybody on your team. I'm just wondering, it looks like retention is a problem, but retention of BIPOC, which I think is a common problem. So I wonder, and maybe Ann Braga might have to answer this, but do we do exit interviews? Do we know why people are not staying, people of color are not staying? And if we're not, maybe we should be looking into that so we can start to address some of those issues.
I do know Ann does exit interviews. I do not know the collective aggregated responses from that. But there's something that we can definitely do.
John. You'll have to unmute.
First time tonight. Sorry about that. Lloyd, thank you very much for the work that you do and the work that the department does. Like Heather, I'm kind of, I'm already intrigued by the idea of a community center. I'll just say for the record that trying to remember which community it is, but in one of our nearby communities, there is a undertaking right now to take a senior center and then enlarge and expand it and add a, sort of a community center component. Maybe that's something that we can think about, for the future in Brookline. But we'll put that aside. If you don't mind, and I'm sorry if this is a little bit putting you on the spot, would you just comment for us on the disparity report that we heard earlier tonight, but in particular on the question that has been raised on the town meeting member listserv as to how it could be that the disparity report group what was assigned and went ahead and did their work, and it wasn't until it was over that someone pointed out that there was a serious lack of sort of non-white representation in the group that actually did the report.
That's sort of addressed in one of my comments. The outreach was there, and for a variety of reasons, I do believe that it's a struggle for folks to get involved with government processes. And this is not evidence-based. This is what I think. I do think that folks need to know what's in it for them. It feels like where the government is asking for them, and and historically, and this is not just in Brookline, what do the folks who are the most marginalized actually get out of it? And we hear comments all the time, such as that folks' comments aren't being listened to. And so when you have a history of that, it's really hard to want to engage. And it's something as a Brookline, I think a lot of towns and cities really need to find out, okay, we have to make sure people know that they have skin in the game and there's some outcome for them in anything that we ask them to do. Because let's face it, asking people to do a survey after survey, get involved, it's a lot. And if you want to focus on sort of racial issues, you know, as a person of color, you know, you go to work, you have to deal with this stuff, and then you're asked to re-examine it again through a survey or something like that. And it's challenging. People want to live their lives and they need to escape from it. And our town is going through a lot of process where a lot of surveys are being asked, a lot of demands are being made. So I'll put that out there as one example why I think that our participation on some folks are very limited. The other one is when when folks are engaged, the dynamic they're not used to. And what I mean by that, how people exchange their ideas. It could be quite civil, it could be quite academic, it could be quite hostile. And for folks who are not familiar with those processes, it's a deterrent. So I hope I answered your question, John. So the question wasn't if there wasn't outreach. The question is, how effective was the outreach?
Well,
No,
if I may just offer my own thoughts. We have a volunteer-based form of government, and so we often get people who self-select and show up, and it is a challenge to invite new voices to all of our different processes in town. We certainly can do better, but that means that we actively have to reach out and recruit all of the time, and we all have to be ambassadors for that. Raul?
Thanks for that, Heather. And John, I think you raised an interesting question. I'll just say there are any host of reasons why people of color don't serve in the town of Brookline. You know, my own service here has been, unfortunately, in spite of what's been a really difficult time. You know, being a member of this board and serving. You know, some of the many comments that I've gotten, and trying to represent at least folks who think like me and elected me to be part of this board, and have gone through a great deal of disrespect during the time. I know that everybody can say that they have, and it's important to understand that it's much more difficult to serve in this way if you're a woman, if you're a person of color, if you're queer, trans, if you are of the underpaid class in our community. And it makes you wonder whether or not it's worth it to go through the many things that people have to go through to serve and to share their perspective in this town. I don't necessarily wonder why people don't serve. I think we need to do more things to get them to want to. I wanted to ask Lloyd, if you can talk a little bit about, we've got this language access bylaw. Chi-Chi Wu, one of the my co-petitioners on it, talked about it during public comment earlier. How do you, with the resources that you've got directed to your department in this next budget, plan to comply with that bylaw and address language access?
Well, yeah, I did ask for some funds from my office with the understanding that all departments will actually have probably their own resources to do the language access. But the key thing is getting a consultant in to actually really address what our needs are and actually put a cost to that. That's including the cost of actually having the resources, but also the staff member as well. I know we are looking at ARPA funding to actually pay for the consultant moving forward. But what we need to know is how much this is going to cost the town, and also whether or not the person will be part-time or full-time. I should address this too, because you know, it's funny, it didn't wind up in the budget book. And that wasn't because it wasn't thought of, it was because it was an omission in the objectives for the year. My objectives were written before town meeting. but we were addressing the language access stuff through my budget for my particular department, but I wasn't thinking in terms of all the departments at that point in time. So that's why it's not in the book. But one of the goals, one of the community engagement goals that we have is a clearly articulated goal of actually having, number one, the consultant do the work, and a community process of actually creating the language policy.
Heather, if I may, I have a separate question.
Yes.
Okay. The other question actually was, this is I was the person that was tasked to meet with Lloyd to go over the budget. And one of the things we talked about was access to a vehicle, particularly now we have a community engagement person that needs to get around town and do those kinds of things. I wonder, maybe it's more a question for Mel, is whether or not we have or we can have a shared fleet. I know we just heard from Justin, they have access to a vehicle, for instance, and there are other departments that have access, and whether or not it makes sense for us to either in addition to or instead of having individual department vehicles to have some kind of shared fleet where those departments that need access to a car, but only maybe for some number of hours a week would have access to it.
Yeah, we do have a pool of vehicles that are shared.
Okay.
And I think it's a good use of those vehicles because, as you pointed out, not everybody needs them at the same time. And so I don't know the details, but we do have pool cars that are intended to be shared among various departments.
All right, great. Yeah, that seemed to be an issue that came up in our conversations. So maybe we can dig more into it.
I'll follow up.
Appreciate that. And if they're not already, hopefully we're well on our way to making sure they're electric.
Oh, yes, Jesse
Many
Gray.
more.
That was one of his first warrant articles that he presented. John Van Scoyac.
Thanks, Lloyd, for the answer you gave a few minutes ago. And I do want to ask a follow-up, but I also want to just say to my colleague, I appreciate your service on this board. I hope that that's never been in doubt. And I think to any extent that you have felt, unduly burdened because you have taken a public position on this board, I apologize for that on behalf of the town of Brookline. I don't think anybody should have to feel an extra burden because they are non-white, and yet I recognize it's a reality, and the pressures are extra, and sometimes life can get very unpleasant. And you've stuck with it. So I don't want you to be in doubt as to the appreciation that extends to you. And I think from every single member of this board. So I just want to put that on the record. But Lloyd, back to my question, which I'm sorry if I seem unduly persistent, but I just want to clarify as a result of your answer, if we had this to do over again, would we have gone ahead within the department on diversity, inclusion, and community relations to do a study of disparity conducted by a group that has no, non-white participation in the people conducting the study? Would we let that happen again?
I don't know if this is really a fair question to put Lloyd on the spot with. There's a commission. People volunteer. Lloyd can't insert himself and say this committee isn't the right mix of people. It's not completely on him.
If that's the view, then fine. I'll withdraw the question. It just strikes me as something that needs to be answered clearly, so that we don't end up again being questioned in the future if there's some committee that is doing this kind of work, and then it turns out that thought wasn't given, or at least there wasn't the means found of making it diverse as it should be.
I will say that a third of my time that I spent as a select board member and now chair is trying to recruit people to take on unpaid, underappreciated tasks. We all all 5 of us appoint people who are on our boards and commissions. And the recruitment is something that has been an afterthought, quite frankly, for years. We have trouble recruiting people. It's whoever shows up. The same people are appointed year after year after year. That's been changing, but that is part of our duty and responsibility. And if you want to see change, you got to be the change you want to see. Miriam?
I'm just very quickly want to say, we recently had a person of color resign from a committee, and she made it very clear that, she was marginalized. Her voice was marginalized. Her contribution was marginalized. And there is zero incentive for a person of color to be on a committee if they're going to be treated that way. And so we actually have a much deeper problem that this recruitment issue reflects. And I think it's really unfair to just this is not a problem with this report. This is a problem we have. I think Heather's really done a nice job alluding to that. I mean, not alluding, outright saying, we don't do a good job of recruiting, but worse than that, when we do get people on the committees, we don't do a good job of listening. We don't value their voices. So why should they volunteer their time if that's how they're going to be treated? And so I think you bring up a great point, John, but it's on us, frankly. It's on us.
I agree.
Lloyd.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify another statement that I made. And this is regarding the depressed levels of folks that we actually engage in our processes. I just want to make sure that it's not misconstrued what I meant by that. The voices that we do hear are important, and we need to take them into consideration as well. It's just we need other voices. That's the intent of my statement.
Any other comments about this departmental budget review? Thank you very much for this presentation, Lloyd.
No
A
worries.
lot of food for thought.
Have a good evening.
You too.
Thank you.
Last departmental review we will have this evening is our planning department.
Good evening. I'm just coming back from advisory.
Did you have to do the same presentation there?
No, I have to do a totally different one. Would you like me to get started?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Kara Bruton. I'm the director of the Department of Planning and Community Development, and I'm going to attempt to share my screen to start my 7 minutes as I understand it. And I will most likely, I will welcome Kate to help me with time management because it's been a long evening so far. So I'm going to talk with you about, can you see my screen okay? Okay, great. So I'm going to talk with you about the budget of our department. In summary, it's $1.3 million. Almost all of that is salary funding, and that's a 3% overall increase from last year. I'm focusing in on the regulatory planning division for just a second. If we look back at our FY21 budget for the regulatory division, we had a part-time preservation planner position that was a half-time FTE that was cut during COVID, like many positions that happened to be vacant at the time. And during the same time in the last 2 years, basically from FY21 to 23, our preservation applications actually went up. So both our demolition applications and historic district applications, you'll see in the workload indicators, they went up by 1.5 and 1.7 times, while our staff positions were reduced by 80% during that same time. So this is the primary reason why my #1 request is to restore that part-time preservation planner position. Second, and that's coupled with a request, which I'll be coming back to the select board with fairly soon, to also increase our demolition fees, which will help to offset that cost of bringing that position back on board. And that is something that has been reviewed and analyzed by staff and endorsed by the Preservation Commission. So I'm looking forward to having that conversation with you all. And then secondly, the FY23 budget also proposes to add an additional 0.5 FTE. So see the box grow to support the Community Preservation Act. And that part of that position would be funded by the Community Preservation Act. We are allowed to use some of the CPA funding to help administer it. So what we're looking at is a combined position, half preservation, half CPA support. This is a summary of the budget requests that we made, and all I will say here is that the town administrator's budget is completely in alignment, reflecting the priorities that we gave the town administrator's office. Also, as a footnote, for those that are looking carefully, outside of the planning budget, as you see it for our department, the town administrator's office has also committed to an additional $25,000 of their consulting funds they have access to, which will be used towards sustainability, because we cannot fully fund everything, certainly not every request, and we weren't able this year to increase an additional staff person for sustainability, but the town administrator's office is committing an additional $25,000 to help with that work. And then finally, breaking news, advisory committee tonight voted 1950 to quote, increase the department budget by $71,000 for a T6 staff position. And that was the last priority of my request in the budget. And that was in part to help support the Comprehensive Planning Process Study Committee, which was a resolution that you all and many other boards did end up supporting in the end. But at the end of the day, it was a resolution, and we should have more discussion about whether or not that's something the select board wants to move forward with and when. And my proposal is that we may want to have a discussion about priorities another evening and not starting at 9 o'clock at night. To answer the question, if we had an unlimited budget, we would love to see a single townwide language translation services contract that we could feed into and pay off, put funds towards as projects come up where we need to access those translation services, rather than building in and meeting new consultants every time we need it. We would also love to see increased funding into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. That's one of the, that's like way high up there. We would love to see the sustainability division built out. Right now that is one person, and that could include things like pulling out tasks that don't need to be done by a division head, like grants administration, energy specialists, that kind of thing. And then finally, I've got here, if we truly had unlimited budget, yes, I would love to see multiple years of funding to adequately take a look at a comprehensive plan, reboot, and associated rezoning effort. I've got more, but I'm not going to go through this tonight. We come back to it. As far as the highlights of where are we at today, I'll just mention that our department, for the first time in anybody's collective memory, probably in at least 2 decades, did staff reviews. We did those as a two-way staff review that sparked a lot of new ideas, combined with the community engagement commitments and the racial equity plan, which we still need to develop. There was a lot of initial training that happened at the department head level, but we now need to develop that with our department staff, and as well as the board and commissions together. So those are kind of the big things that we're thinking about. When we come back to you with a multi-year plan, it's going to be focusing on answering these questions. Who is currently using our services? Who needs our services? Who we may not be servicing? Who is paying for what kinds of services? So think about the demolition fee that we're increasing, and who benefits from our time and the funding spent. Looking ahead, the big picture is that our department's greatest resource is our workforce, obviously, and I feel that we need to prioritize our employees' welfare as much as possible. There is so much excitement about potentially moving to a hybrid model, not just for public meetings, but also for staff. We will be able to continue to recruit of extremely high caliber pool if we are not forcing staff right out of graduate school to work, 40 hours a week and night meetings and drive an hour and a half each way because that's where they can afford to live. We are also looking at how the work is going to change drastically over the next couple of years in response to the racial equity plan and community engagement plan. We're going to need different kinds of talents than we've recruited in the past. Our department organization is based on a funding model and funding sources that are 20 years old. So we know it's going to change significantly. Finally, this is a hint. In order to support public meetings well, they're going to be more expensive in a hybrid model. They're likely going to be less frequent because we want them to be more useful to everyone. So I heard some comments just when I was coming in about community engagement. It's got to be time well spent for everyone involved with any public meeting, whether you're a volunteer or someone dropping in for the first time as an attendee. We've got to figure out some different funding sources. Long story short, our federal funding is stagnant over the years. And also we are getting more funding to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund based on the inclusionary zoning changes that we recently made. That means that our staff are going to need to be supporting deed restrictions for different types of projects. And I'll just leave it there for now. Finally, climate change, if it's an emergency, it's probably not best reflected by funding one person, but more seriously, it's something that's likely needed across many departments in the future, not just within the planning department. And finally, highlights, I do want to say thank you to our staff and our volunteers. We have gotten a lot done in the last 2 years. We've permitted and created, including all of the deed restrictions and financial work that goes along negotiating with each developer, so that we have 76 in the last 2 years, 76 new additional fully occupied, deed restricted, affordable housing units. And I'm very proud of that work across multiple divisions. We've created a new local historic district. We've done some great work that you guys know a lot about with the small business grant program, actually shifting to, for the first time, having racial equity goals and how we spend that federal funding. We've done the outdoor seating into a permanent model. We are leading that as far as the region goes. They are asking us how we got it done so quickly, and it's because of your support at the select board to make that happen. We've got solar projects going on. Thanks to Melissa Goff and others in the town administrator's office, we were able to help include sustainability scoring in the CIP review for the first time. A new hotel opened in the last 2 years. And then finally, thanks to our Economic Development Advisory Board and their intensive research on lab use, whose report you saw, and that sets up a potential health and safety framework that we can add as we move into the work of the 10 Brookline Place Committee, which a model is already being worked on to get to the beginning of tonight's meeting. I'm gonna stop sharing. That's it. That's my slide deck.
Raul.
Thanks, Heather. And it was a pleasure to meet with Kara and talk over this budget as well. There's so much to cover here, and I won't try to cover most of it. I want to talk about that, well, I guess that AC decision, but also around sustainability, with the caveat that, like, it's hard putting a budget together. And I agree with 90+% of the decisions that are made along the way. This one right here, if we've got 71K, and apparently the advisory committee thinks that we do, I'm not sure from where, but they think that we do, why we're putting it in the last priority identified by the department head and not into one of the top priorities, not just identified by the department head, but clearly identified by town meeting and past decisions, by this board in many decisions. This is one of those things where the longer we wait to invest resources in addressing the issue, the worse off we already know we're going to be. It's also an area around sustainability, around addressing the climate crisis, where Brookline is not like a leader, probably the leader. And we talked about this, I think, last week. I'd love to see us invest more resources there. If the advisory board thinks we have 71K to spend, why we would spend that on a comprehensive planning process to getting that thing going, which is not a crisis, frankly, and why we wouldn't spend it on sustainability is completely beyond me. So I'd like to see what my other board members think about putting more funding into that particular line item, but I'm sure folks have other things they'd like to discuss as well.
Miriam?
Actually, that's exactly what I wanted to discuss. I mean, to me, that was just glaring. It's your last priority. So I'm not one for pet projects. I mean, of course, it's not a pet project. Of course, it's important, but it is your last priority. And I don't think the AC gets to make that decision. I think that's a decision you make with us. And if there's $71,000, great. Let's spend it on your first, second, third priority before we spend it on your last priority. I think this needs to be discussed further. I agree. I don't think it needs to be discussed right now at 9:30 at night when we still have the ARPA funding to discuss. But can we please discuss this further? I'm just, this whole process is baffling to me.
John? You got to unmute.
There you go. There you go. I had a question about that very same item, but it was more along this line. Kara, if you don't mind, I thought maybe I heard you say that what happened at the advisory committee meeting was they expressed support for that, but without saying where the money would come from or guaranteeing you that they'd actually be able to insert it in their recommended budget.
Yeah,
You know.
yes, yeah, that's right. They expect further conversation after reviewing all the other departments.
Yeah. So having gotten that clarified on the record, thank you for especially the part of the report which I so welcome, which is the enumeration of the number of affordable housing units that have been permitted, what was it, in the last year or 2 years? So people should always keep that in mind. This is this department is where the rubber meets the road. This is where proposals for development get turned into development. And this is where, in the case of 40B projects and some other projects, that means additions of affordable housing units to the town's inventory. All good. And I don't think it's been mentioned at this meeting, but I know it was mentioned at the Housing Production Plan meeting that Brookline is now above that 10% threshold for 40B projects. Do you think that this will affect the work of the department in the year ahead, one way or the other, make more work, make less work? Probably.
Eventually it will be helpful, but probably not for another 2 to 3 years.
Yeah.
We have a couple in the queue that haven't even gotten started, but that had, been in the 10%, I think 2 or 3. And then there is the risk that some of the projects that just came on will most likely come off because they don't get their certificate of occupancy in time. So we should all be careful with the messaging we give everybody. We are not permanently out of any woods as it comes to 40B applications.
And one last thing, if you don't mind, could you just comment on the demolitions trend in Brookline right now, just to bring people up to date?
I can give you the numbers. I am actually not prepared to talk about where they're happening or why, or kind of what we're seeing. What I can do is have that information when we come back and ask for the demolition fee to be increased. I think that it might be a good opportunity, but just by the raw numbers. So demolition applications, which are townwide, they don't have to be in a local historic district. In FY20, there was 69 applications, and we estimate by the end of fiscal 22, we'll be at 114. And then historic district applications are in local historic districts. In FY20, that there's 135 of those, and we estimate by the end of this fiscal year, 210. The demolition applications are very staff intense and committee volunteer intense, because often, not all the times, but often once a demolition application happens, the applicant will come back in order to what's called lift the stay. So there's a lot of very qualitative and intense negotiation with between committee members, staff, and the applicant to come to some, resolution so that project can move forward.
Quick comment would be simply this, that when there are demolitions, especially in that number, around town, there's bound to be some people who are, unhappy and alarmed, and they sort of feel like the town is slipping away from them. And in some respects, maybe they're right. I think what can make a huge difference is sensitivity in the design of the replacement projects. And happened to get a phone call just the other day from somebody who, but basically over and over and over again, all he could say was, why can't they design the new houses to look as nice and, and as historically, not necessarily historically appropriate, but consistent with the streetscape, as the existing streetscape. And I'm sure that's something to which your department gives a lot of thought, but I do think it would make a difference in terms of people's comfort level with the pace of demolitions and the buildings that replace the demolished historic or at least characteristic houses.
Yeah, I'll add that the demolition applications are in areas that are very similar to the urban forestry master plan conclusion. In other words, our demolitions and our tree canopy are disappearing mostly in the single, 2, and 3 family neighborhoods, not in our multifamily or commercial neighborhoods. Also, as far as the design question goes, one large answer to that, not the only answer, is that our zoning incentivizes really ugly buildings. And so something that a couple of our regulatory planners are doing when they're, in between required regulatory permits is looking at just that. So for example, along Harvard Street, this is being led by Maria Morelli, our senior regulatory planner, along Harvard Street, what small tweaks could be made? For example, height by like 3 or 4 feet, so that designs would likely be coming to the planning board, not as a flat roof, but as a pitched roof. I mean, that's just a tiny, tiny example and preview, but something that they are very interested in moving forward.
So glad to hear that answer.
So circling back to the lowest priority being the comprehensive plan, I mean, do I misremember? This was a warrant article that passed at town meeting, right? So would it even be on your list if that hadn't been a warrant article and passed town meeting?
Tricky question, but yes, I think the answer is yes. I mean, it's certain that conversation certainly brought this to a head. But, again, in the unlimited budget world, yes, we need to update our comprehensive plan. It could help conversations be much more streamlined for everything else we do in town. If there's a somewhat clear vision of where the town as a whole, again, adopted by the select board and the planning board, where there's willing to be trade-offs, where there's priorities between different advocacy groups, rather than like our last comprehensive plan, which kind of lists every subject and says we want more open space, we want more housing, we want more this, without making some declarative vision about how we as a community want to prioritize between those.
So the reason I mention it is for a couple of reasons. One, to just highlight that there is always an opportunity cost. So we pass a warrant article and we direct resources to this specific thing means that we won't have resources to direct to something else that we may find to be, higher on our hierarchy of needs. The other thing that I just want to point out is, warrant articles, it's just really starting to feel like there are a lot of cooks in the kitchen. And there's a lack of trust between department heads knowing what they need to do with their resources, select board on how to set budget priorities, and town meeting who needs to ultimately sign off on the budget, and micromanaging warrant articles.
Yeah.
I don't have an answer. I just point that out because this is an example of something that passed and we have to deal with it.
So what passed is a resolution, and the resolution itself, as it ended up getting voted, was to, take a start, further understand what the scope might look like and that kind of thing. And again, this might be better another night, but it's important for you all to understand that if we decide to embark on this effort, we do not want to do it on a shoestring. We do not want to do it with staff that are distracted with 7 other priorities or community engagements. We want to do it well. And that means, not just getting it started with a T6, but also for a year, but also understanding that such a process would take at least 3 years, cost $500,000 in consulting funds, 2 FTEs just to support it internally. And that still would be short of the actual rezoning rewrite. So this is a big, big lift that if we want to do, we need to do seriously. Yeah, that's all I have to say about that.
Okay. Any other comments or questions on this budget department review? Thank you, Kara, for not only accepting the position of Director of Planning, but the presentation, working towards all of the goals that you outlined. It's a big job, and you're doing it quite well.
Thank you.
Totally agree.
Excellent. So we will move on to the next agenda item.
Great. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Good night.
Which I think is a conversation about ARPA. Who wants to go first? Mel?
Not it.
Yes, yes, I do. And I am speaking to some level for the select board panel that you convened, including Miriam Ashkenazi and John Vinskoyak. Melissa Goff is away this week, well-deserved vacation. And so, we're trying to pull things together. I have a presentation that I'd like to give. It's very brief, I think, and very to the point, but I think it will identify some of the process issues and some of the preliminary recommendations that staff is working on. And although they may not be ready for a vote this evening, and they are a work in progress, I think it will give you a sense of how we're looking at the overall priorities and certainly the process for allocating this budget. So let me share my screen and give everybody else this evening and get to that. Hold on, bear with me for 1 second. Let me ask if I can enlist Tyler to help me with this. Tyler, would you mind bringing up the slides and then sharing those for me, please?
Oh, not at all.
Thank you.
I'm going to step away for a second. I need to get a charger for my computer. Bernard, you'll have to unmute.
Sorry. Is this the spreadsheet that was sent around a couple days
No,
ago?
we're not intended to get into the details of those projects at this point. So thank you, Tyler. Appreciate doing that. Our initial recommendations that we've been talking about are creating 2 or more funding cycles. As you may know, we don't even have all the money from the ARP grant in place at this point. So for us, we think having multiple funding cycles, or at least more than one, would allow for more time to effectively plan and evaluate programs that we would fund in that initial program, and also retain some flexibility for the future years of the grant, especially in the event that we are going to experience more COVID emergency response activities. So just as a reminder, we are receiving $44 million in total in ARP funds. 32.5 are directly coming from the federal government, of which we've only received half of that, and $11.5 million from Norfolk County. we've received, 22 million, half of that, 44 million is currently available. And we have appropriated or assigned $1.83 million already from that allocation for direct and ongoing COVID or related expenses. I will get into those in just a minute. But the bottom line here is after taking away that 1.83 million from the 22, you roughly have about $20 million available. And that's what I am recommending that that we go forward and commit to try to allocate that first $20 million. And that would really commence immediately and run concurrent with the FY23 budget process. Now, going back to the next slide, please. Going to the that $1.83 million, I just want to remind the board that we did put together what we call the COVID budget that you have approved, and that deals with public health and safety, things like the testing kits and vaccination clinics, and working on the remote operation of government that we've been forced to do, making our public buildings a little safer and operating better, and handling the communications and grant administration. We also had asked the board to authorize a contingency. And I think it's important that this contingency exists because you may be aware that we just got a request, even though it is a ARPA project request, that there is an immediate need. This has to do with food security, and particularly a request of the Council on Aging. And they've identified that they need about $39,000 roughly to keep the food allocation process going with the food pantry that they have begun, and they were using prior, I think, CDBG or some other federal funding that is now out. I believe that we can take these emergencies from the contingency, and that's my intent to do that. And that's why I just wanted to review this. Now, clearly, we don't want to, I think, advance the decisions and make them all emergencies, but I think there are going to be some emergencies that come up, and I believe this is one, and I believe contingency will continue to be available for this purpose. So going now to the next slide, which is really the process that we all work together on. And I think we have good consensus on this, and let me explain it. It begins with an initial staff review of all project requests. This is an initial review. I want to be clear that it's not intended to exclude projects from further consideration, but it is an initial assessment of the eligibility of the request under the ARP regulations, as well as some assessment of the readiness to proceed and the capacity for implementation. So that's the first step. The next step will be a community review, and it's my understanding that the select board intends to establish a committee for this purpose, including some board, at least one board member or two board members that would be on this review panel. And the idea here is it would take those project requests that has gone through an initial staff review and then apply what we call a project and selection criteria tool. Now, you may have heard about that. There was a draft that was submitted by a couple of citizens. And we are working on that, and we believe that that's a good tool, a consistent and objective tool. It's not the only way that I think this community panel will review requests, but I think it's a start. They will also develop a responsive and transparent process once they get organized. And then they will be making the final rankings and recommendations to the select board. The third step of the process is for staff to take those recommendations and put them into an actual budget, an ARPA budget that the select board could approve. And the one thing that I think that the community review panel will not understand, and where staff can help, is understanding what projects are ready to be funded now, what we might want to hold off because there may be another federal program or state program to fund that. Our goal is to maximize our funding capacity from all different levels. So in addition to the American Rescue Plan, we have other funding needs. And so this staff preparation of a budget, I think, will be an overall plan, at least in cycle one, that will go to the select board, and then you will consider and approve this. And to be clear, this is not a situation where you're going to the advisory committee and town meeting for appropriation. This grant is authorized to be approved by the select board as the chief elected body of the community. Now, next slide is really to what I call very draft allocation. These are my numbers. These are my initial analysis, and I want to be clear about that. The other thing I want to be clear about is that these are not eligibility categories. These are programmatic categories, and they're taken from the BCF work and other work that I've seen other communities begin to develop. And so I've created these 4 categories that I believe should be the basis of funding. The first are vulnerable populations. The next slide will get into more details, but right now, you can go back, Tyler. I don't want to get there yet. I'm just mentioning that I will get into a little bit more detail about these 4 categories. But the first is the vulnerable populations, and I think those are the ones that we've been talking a lot about tonight through our disparity discussions and so on. And clearly, the BCF has identified the vulnerable populations as having the most negative economic impacts from COVID. And so that's where the bulk of the allocation in the first round would go, in my opinion. The other would be government operations and capital. This includes not only town operations, but school, as well as capital. And I'm proposing an allocation of $4 million in the first round from this. Economic recovery, which is mostly focused on our business sector and our hospitality industry, a $3 million allocation, and then finally technology and infrastructure at $1 million. The one thing I will say about these categories is various projects can fit in more than one category. These can be flexible categories, and I think that's important when we have a lot of projects. They don't necessarily have to all fit within one. We think we have flexibility to move some projects around to maximize our use of the funds. And then the final slide gets into this a little bit more detail, more in a graphical way. So what we're proposing, again, to summarize, is allocating $20 million, which is 22 million minus the 1.83 roughly, and allocating it in these various buckets. This is just a preliminary discussion. Of course, the committee and the select board will talk about actual programs and approve various programs. But this is sort of what I feel is a more of a guidance, a more general direction. And again, we're not looking for a vote tonight, but I'm just trying to give you a sense of giving you some structure, giving the process some structure as a start. So let me just quickly go through these various categories. Vulnerable populations, and these are all categories that exist right out of the Treasury regulations. Household assistance, mental health services, healthy childhood environment, social determinants of health. In our government and operations, provision of government services, education assistance, rehiring public sector staff, and premium pay. And under economic recovery, small business assistance, aid to tourism and hospitality. And then in technology and infrastructure, we have the drinking water, the clean water for sewer, the clean water for stormwater, and broadband. And so this is the first pass at what I would consider a overall direction, a guidance, and this is what I would like the board to consider. I would ask Miriam and John to fill in. We've been meeting regularly over the last couple of weeks and starting to develop this, and I would appreciate their input and clarification on anything I've said in this presentation.
I see Miriam's hand is up.
Yeah, thank you, Mel. This is great. I have to say it's been a great pleasure to work with everyone on trying to get something that we consider transparent. It builds on the community engagement that has already started this process. If Tyler, can you go back, just go back 2 slides, I think it is. One more here, perfect. So nope, there we go. I just want to highlight that the community review select board committee part. So So, this is where all the other select board members would have a chance to give us the committee their input. This committee would have to, once we meet, we'd have to create some process ourselves, but it would be ensured that we would have a public input, whether it's a public comment or a public hearing, and all that we kind of have to figure out. But there would be an opportunity for us to hear from the public about their thoughts on the programs, the projects that have been that are being evaluated. So we want to, I just want to emphasize that we want to continue to make this a public, engaged, and transparent process. That's really been a thread that we continue to carry through all of our meetings and discussions. At the same time, we need to make decisions, right? We need to make a budget that works, and we need to get moving. So those were the tensions that we tried to balance as we came up with this process. More than happy to hear other people's inputs, thoughts, how to make it better, what they think isn't going to work, what they think is going to work. I will say that I do have professional experience with community granting. I worked at Oxfam America for almost 5 years, and part of my 50% of my job was community granting. So I tried to bring that lens into this work as well. So thank you. John, you want to add anything?
Yeah, I definitely wanted to add something. Thank you, Miriam. Thank you, Mel. And maybe just be helpful if we mentioned a few parameters within which we're working here. Mel, do you have a number off the top of your head? Is that what the total cumulative requests amount to at this point?
Many more than, much greater than our capacity, I will tell you that.
It's more than 100 million, right?
Yeah.
So, as people can see from the presentation, round one, we're looking at, maybe $20 million in allocations. But there are at present over 100 million, and the process is still open at 100 million in requests. So I hope it doesn't shock people to be told that not everyone's going to get an okay on their request. It's just it's not possible. On the other hand, we're going to do the very, very best we can to allocate funds and make decisions that are responsive to the process that has occurred so far, and will be responsive to the process as it continues, because it did not end just because we are now at this phase. Our meetings are going to be public. People are going to be invited to attend. We're going to the extent possible include a public comment segment in our meetings, so that if people have something to say, they can say it. I'm always available by phone. I think Miriam will say the same, or email, whatever's more convenient. And if people want to continue to provide input as to what they think should be the priorities for allocations of these funds, I hope they will do so. In the end, I think we're going to have to make decisions based on a number of factors. Community, the community's expressions of need are very big, but also very big is the requests that have come from within town departments and within the Brookline Public Schools for programs that meet some of the descriptions that you've seen on slides. Just because it's a government program doesn't mean that it is outside the realm of addressing vulnerable populations, for example. So think broadly, if you would, everyone. Be patient, be understanding, and continue to participate. And I think we'll get good results from this process. And especially our select board members, who might think because there's two of us who are designated that they need to sort of sit back and wait until our work is done. By no means is that the case. We need the thinking of all 5 members of the select board, and we want to have ongoing communication from other members of the select board as to their thoughts on this.
Thank you for that, John. Bernard, and then Raul, and then Mel wants to address 2 questions that were posed in the Q&A. Bernard?
Yeah, I just wanted to add one little observation. So last night we had the first meeting of the CDBG Advisory Committee, where we're distributing or allocating about $800,000 among requests or applications totaling over $10 million. So, that's the type of situation that we're going to face with the with this money also. And what I would suggest is that we're very, very clear with people about the amount of requests that we're looking at compared to the amount of money we have available. I mean, it's important that people really clearly understand the fact that many people will be disappointed, and the fact that it's going to be very, very difficult to find the best allocation of these funds. And one of the things that does, in my view, in my experience, is that when people make application for these funds, they really do it carefully, without a lot of fluff, and with Plan B type thinking in mind, or going along with it. So,
Raul?
I'll wait until Mel responds to the questions in the Q&A.
Okay.
You're referring to Naomi's questions?
Yes.
Yes. Naomi's question, first one is, which category would affordable housing repair and development fall under? And my answer to that would be probably multiple categories. And that's the beauty of this, is that we do have the flexibility depending on exactly what is being requested to fit it in different categories. Second question was, when does the second allocation of funds land in the town bank account of the United States Treasury? That would be around June of 2022. And then the third question is, given the timeliness of the funds, some of the housing requests are very time sensitive, given the time it takes to do housing repair and development, especially with labor and supply shortages. And we're very aware of that. There are deadlines to have the funds expended in this grant. We also understand that that other proposals might have other deadlines or unique issues, and I think we want to get those out. I think the initial staff review will probably identify those areas. So, for example, I know that some applicants are looking to use the federal ARPA money as seed money, or as a way to leverage other federal funds or other grant funds which have deadlines. And so we don't want to miss those, obviously. We want to use ARP to leverage more money. And so we'll have to take a look at those. I think it'll be important for those project applicants, which they still have an opportunity to modify their applications, to be clear if there are any constraints or limitations on their ability to implement this or any of those other issues.
Great. And all five of us have access to that spreadsheet of the at least current list of applications.
We've been frankly reluctant to just kind of let everybody's application out there without some sort of a process that has been developed. But I understand people want to know. It is public information. I frankly don't feel some of the requests have been very well are fully developed yet. And I think we want to give some time for people to do that. But the requests are out there. And I believe we have a summary of them on the website, but I think we're going to be providing more information about those requests as we go forward.
Okay, thank you. Raul, did you have a comment?
Thank you. And yeah, just picking up on some earlier comments, I'll say, we have to understand that some projects won't get funded at all, and others won't get as much as they'd hoped for. It's just the reality of having a limited pool, and as many requests have come in. I will say, to Mel's last point, I think by the point at which this board is making its decisions, we need full sunlight. And the public needs to see every word of every application that the board has access to. And so in advance, of course, of us making those decisions. So I understand that, some people are still, tinkering with their applications. So I fully understand that. And frankly, people should know, I haven't seen these applications either, other than some line item thing that doesn't tell me a whole bunch, right? So it's not like we have access to something the public doesn't now. But I think as we start really digging into these applications and ultimately making a decision, the people need to see what it is to be able to hold us accountable for the decisions we're making. That's just
agreed.
So my questions are essentially around timeline and particularly board input, because there are 5 decision makers here. And 2 folks are going to be involved in sort of vetting through, and I understand not all 5 of us can be doing that, and that's totally fine. We divide and conquer all the time with projects like this, so no problem there. But here in particular, this is something we've been working to collaboratively for a very long time. And we created a really community engaged process, which I think was the right approach. But ultimately now it's come down to the wire, and the 5 people making the decision are the 5 people, the 5 of us in these boxes, joined by staff here. And so my real question, I don't know that John and Miriam are going to have necessarily an answer right now, but it's an open question, is how are the other 3 board members here going to have meaningful input into what ends up as priorities, or what ends up into that budget that shows up for select board consideration and approval in that last box. I see Miriam's hand. I don't expect you to have an answer right now, but I just want you to know, as 1/5 of this board, I want to make sure that I have meaningful input before the day that those show up at the desk, at our meeting. So that's one. And then just a question about the timeline. Do we have an anticipated date by which we'll be making these decisions?
I'll acknowledge Miriam, and just, I haven't really been part of the, the inner workings. I personally was hoping that we would make some decisions by May 1st.
Okay, so Mel, I'm going to let you answer the timeline question, but just to be clear for everybody, we have discussed the need for timelines. We actually wanted to discuss it tonight, so it's a great question. But in terms of your what you're saying, Raul, yes, and we don't have an answer for you. It is something we have been discussing. We would actually love to hear what it is you guys are thinking in terms of how you would best like to contribute. Certainly in terms of the process, the time that we had discussed having input from the rest of the select board is during the community review select board committee, which is fairly early on, right? So before we send any kind of slate of proposals to staff to prepare a budget, that's when that input, I think, is best aligned to happen, right? So how that happens, we're more than happy for your suggestions. It could be that the committee meets, and then as a group of 5, we kind of come to consensus about how we want, I don't know. We're still working that part out. I only tell you is that it's absolutely on our radar. We've absolutely been discussing it. It's absolutely imperative that it happens. So.
Fair enough. Thank you.
And I have some.
Want to talk timeline?
Yeah, Mel, talk timeline. I have some thoughts on how select board members can, certainly influence what comes before us before it comes before us. But I don't have my ideas fully fleshed out yet.
The only thing I would say about timeline is we have made it, I've made it very clear that the decisions around ARP at this time are embedded with the town's FY23 budget. We really can't make decisions on one side without understanding the implications on the other. So we need to make decisions before our town meeting convenes to approve the budget. That's in May. So I think May 1st is a good, but I have to believe that there will be decisions that will have to be made prior to then because of some of those needs that I previously mentioned, whether they're other grant deadlines or just the sheer nature of the program. It just requires funding more readily. But I would really like to be able to, do that. That third step was the staff preparation of a full budget, certainly by May 1st.
John?
I saw I say something that I think our colleague Raul Fernandez might be too modest to say, so I'll come right out and say it. I think one reason why we have to do this no later than May 1st is because, you know, he's serving on the board till the end of his term, and it's going to end right around that date. And he's been involved, you know, to the extent that it would be a disservice, I think, if he were not able to be part of the decision-making on this. And I don't want to do any disservice to whoever his successor might be, but that person is going to be coming in with, you know, comparatively nowhere near the amount of background in this, and nowhere near the big picture that you form over time by sitting through the whole community engagement process and sitting through all of these other meetings and discussions that we're going to have. So I think we should, without any apology in terms of why we're doing it, we should make sure that key decisions get made by May 1st at the latest.
Yes.
Appreciate that, John. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Excellent. Let's move on to our next agenda item because we have a few more and it is 10:10. And I don't know about everybody else, but I'm losing my focus. So the next, thank you very much for that presentation, Mel.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Mel. It's been fun working on it with you. That nobody.
The fun is just getting started.
It's actually, and you've been putting up with John and I so patiently.
But that just means that the end result will be very good. Very good.
He kept such a straight face today. I mean, I was so impressed.
Okay.
How do you think Tyler feels?
Yeah, thanks, Tyler. The two of them very stoic when John and I were like wrangling.
Well, I have to tell you that Tyler did come in and say, "Is that the way it always works with these select board groups?"
The answer to that is yes.
Yes.
very, very passionate. We've had a good fun, but we've been very serious about it as well.
Yeah.
So, talking about warrant articles, are there any warrant articles that select board members have been working on that they want the select board to consider being the lead petitioner? Okay. So John, is it the Lower Boylston Committee? Are they going to be the lead petitioner on the warrant articles?
Thank you for reminding me what I should have mentioned. Because speaking of deadlines, we have a deadline of pretty much of Monday to get a vote, hopefully successfully get to a vote on zoning changes that will be proposed as a result of the work of the Boylston Street Corridor Study Committee. Do those become the recommendation of the select board? It's funny, we haven't discussed that. I think perhaps, well, they're going to either be brought by the planning department or the select board or the Boylston Street Corridor Study Committee, I guess.
I think it's stronger to come from either the committee or the planning department, personally.
We'd have to know something about them.
I just like keeping things closer to where the actual work took place, if that makes sense.
Then I'm sure that's how it will be done.
Okay.
But first we have to, get a vote that approves them going forward. And, these things are never guaranteed. A lot of it, we're dealing with a lot of questions and a lot of concerns, and we're going to try to get to some recommendations and get some consensus as much as possible on some recommendations. But the next 5 days will tell the story.
Great. I can't wait to hear it. So no other warrant articles? I mean, we sponsored like 5 last session. So I really am not disappointed if we have 0 this time around.
We had a rough go last session too.
I know. Still recovering.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we have any follow through things that Melissa would normally be telling us about?
Oh, thank you for that prompt. First of all, Melissa is on vacation, which I'm sure was badly needed after putting together the budget. But Devin has an update on the RET warrant article. There has been a lot of traffic on the listserv about our role in all of this, and I just want to paint a picture of what actually has happened.
I'm happy to clarify that, Chair Hamilton. This is Devin Fields from the Town Administrator's Office, and working with Ben Kaufman and Emma in Rep. Vitolo's office, we were able to track down the fact that this was submitted back in right after the town meeting had happened. There had been a lot of back and forth on the actual language that was going to be provided to the legislature. So once that was finessed, I found the original submission, which was submitted in hard copy and as well as electronic copy. That was filed by Representative Vitolo's office, and it did not pass. So now that it is a few years old, the Rules Committee in the House of Representatives has requested that the select board write a letter to say that even though this is old, it is still the will of the town that this move forward. This request did not come formally to our office, nor has this ever actually happened before, because sometimes what happens is things aren't filed or they die and then they aren't refiled, but this is the first time. Additionally, you'll see that this is not the same practice in the Senate. So this is only the practice of the House. So that also makes things a little confusing. So we did a lot of due diligence with the town council's office, working with the town clerk, and then ultimately following up with this ruling from the Rules Committee, which is that they would like a letter from the select board, including the certified copies of the votes and the filing legislation, which I just received a few hours ago from the town clerk. So now we have those certified votes, we have the original filing language, and with your authorization, we will put together a cover letter to send tomorrow saying, you know, this is still a value of the town that we'd like you to move forward with.
Thank you, Devin. I am inclined to authorize that, but before I do, I just want to make sure that I speak for at least a majority of the select board. So, John?
I think we left out of that wonderful explanation what legislation we're talking about. It was referred to by an acronym, but for the folks viewing at home who maybe aren't familiar with the acronym, can Heather, you want to say, or Devin?
Yes. So there was a warrant article submitted by Deborah Brown to assess a real estate transfer tax, otherwise known as RET. And we were joining a bunch of communities that were contemplating doing that. We submitted it as a home rule petition, I believe, in 2019. It did not make its way out of, I think, a committee. So in order for it to be reconsidered, the select board needs to send a letter saying, nope, we still want it. So.
And it's not too late to do that.
It is not too late to do that.
Good.
So are there any objections by board members, Raul?
Well, certainly no objections to it. I'll just say, just for context, there are other bills, other home rule bills that are in play right now, and some that recently got reported favorably out of at least one committee, which is good news. And one of the primary committees that is hearing this bill has gotten their timeline extended to hear those home rule petitions. And so if we can get this in, it may become part of that mix, which are currently being considered right now. And perhaps this can be included in our letter. But I think I'd mentioned this in a meeting before. I'd ask our assessor, if that, essentially if that home rule petition that we filed back in 2019 had been approved, after we'd filed it, what the impact would have been in 2020 and 2021. And it would be a combined 35 million that we would have in our account right now for the creation and preservation of affordable housing. So that's how much we've we've missed by not getting this thing passed through the legislature. So I'm hopeful that we can work together to try to expedite this so that we don't go another year without missing that much needed money for affordable housing.
And I just took a look at the Q&A. Yes, we could do this for other home rule petitions that did not advance. I am not inclined to do that for every single one of them. I think that's burdensome to our staff and needs to be on a case-by-case basis. There is a lot of work, as I have just discovered, that goes into filing home rule petitions, doing it when they pass town meeting. We must do that, but doing it, for every single warrant article sponsored home rule petition that had no chance of passing. Other boards may feel differently, but case by case basis going forward. Any other comments or questions before we move on to I think, is this the last? No, this is the second to last agenda item. Peer School CMR Selection Committee. That's construction management. Not sure what the R stands for.
Construction management at risk.
At risk. Thank you, Bernard. So this is sometimes known as a committee of 7. And do we need to talk about it, or do I just rattle off the names that have been submitted? Okay. So for the peer school, this would be the select board member would be Bernard Green. The school committee member would be Helen Cherlupsky, Karen Bruslowski for the building commission, Lynn Stapleton for left field, who is our owner's rep, Margaret Clark for Miller Dyer Spears Architects. Any questions, comments before I move approval of that committee for this? Okay. I move approval of the appointing of the following members to the Construction Manager at Risk Pre-Qualification Committee. All those in favor. Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Good luck, Bernard. John?
Fun.
This has reminded me of a question as to something earlier this evening. Were we going to take a vote on the screening committee? Or is it now?
For the ARPA selection?
Yeah.
I mean, we can take a vote on it. Do you want to have that discussion?
Well, I'm not sure I should decide that. I just didn't know whether that was part of the plan that we somehow skipped when we got to that item on the agenda.
Miriam?
Are we voting on the ARPA process?
No.
Or we're just going to go ahead and go for it? Because then I would say
just the committee.
Oh, just the committee. So I mean, I'm fine voting next week. I'm fine voting this week. I don't have a whatever. I'm so tired. I'm sorry.
I know. After 10, man, it's just
whatever
like,
anybody wants to do.
I'll just say, I think what we noticed on the agenda was a possible vote on the process for allocation and preliminary funding priorities. We can certainly, I don't think anybody had a problem with the process or the priorities. If we wanted to vote on it, I'm sure we could.
Okay, so let me just say who I had in mind. I did reach out to a fair number of folks, and trying to get people to say yes is exciting and challenging. But there were a couple of lenses that I really felt were necessary to help us, at least with the initial screening. We've heard a lot about transportation and pedestrian safety, especially in light of the pedestrian fatality towards the end of last year. Affordable housing. you know, there have been a number of times, including tonight, where we talk about housing insecurity. And then finally, equity, which is hopefully getting baked into all of our processes. So with that in mind, to supplement the 2 select board members, I have contacted and recruited Brian Kane, who is the chair of our transportation board. He also works in this space. So I know he will bring a broader lens, but a very good lens for transportation issues. Jenny Raitt, who is a town meeting member in, well, current precinct 4. I can't remember if that's going to change under the redistricting, but she served with me on redistricting, and she is also the director of planning for the town of Arlington. She also serves on the Housing Advisory Board. She certainly understands housing insecurity, planning, and housing needs. And then the third person that I talked with, Arthur Conquest, he brings a very independent lens, and sometimes what he has to say, I don't always agree with, and sometimes it's hard to listen, but that's probably exactly why I actually want to see him on this selection process, because people see things that I don't, and we can't be afraid of what the people that we disagree with might say. So I hope that all 3 and all 5 of you work together very well, complement each other, push each other, and that we have a good product when it finally comes before this board. So do you want to vote, John?
I think it would help. Yeah, I mean, I just
Okay.
think, yeah, I think that'll get this off to a good start.
Okay, let's make it official.
Do we need to have had it on the agenda, or is the process sufficient notice?
It's
John
part of the
reviewed it.
process.
Okay.
It was in the deck, it was in the slide deck that there was a selection committee,
But not who is going to be on it.
right? But the question was asked, who is going to be on it? John wants to take a vote. I think we're within the bounds. If we get challenged, we'll vote again, and we'll notice it for next week.
I'm going to abstain, not because I'm opposed to it, but.
Well, I apologize, Bernard, that maybe I could have made it clear earlier. It's not entirely my decision, that not even partially my decision, what goes on the agenda and how it's stated. I hope you can find a comfort level with this, because I just want to remind everybody, we are on a tight schedule here. We have March and April to get this done. And, we would be losing a whole week if we don't have some official sanction to start meeting.
Okay. I guess by better judgment, I'll go along with this scheme.
Thank you, Bernard. Okay.
Of course, my vote wouldn't have stopped it anyway. So like I always say, you don't have to be a weatherman to know which way the wind's blowing.
So all those in favor for the 5 that I listed as part of the selection, the screening committee for ARPA proposals, say aye. Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you guys very, very much. Okay, so where were we? Sorry, I'm just really losing. Okay, the last agenda item, board and commission appointments. So there are 2 boards that we are hopefully going to vote on appointments. The first one should be fairly straightforward because there are a number of vacancies. The Commission for Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations. There were 2 people that we interviewed. One was Harvey Freshstat. I really hope I got that somewhat close. we would be appointing him to a term that would expire in 2024, as also would be Gaurav Sood, who we interviewed, I think, somewhat recently. Any discussion before I move those two to be official on the CDICR? Okay, I will move those two names to be appointed to the Commission for Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations for terms to expire in 2024. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Okay, we have had a lot of interest for the Commission for the Arts. Now, this is a very interesting committee because there are term limits on this. It can go up to 24, but trying to manage 24 people is, well, as we've seen from the advisory committee, sometimes a challenge, especially in a virtual environment. So at this point, I am going to try to take this kind of in two things. One, new appointments, and do we have any reappointments? No, they are. Oh, yes. Okay. Thank you, Devin. So one person will be reappointed, and that would be Peg O'Connell. And then I will move for new appointments, and I'll rattle off those names, but we will take these as two separate things. Elizabeth Schlossberg for a term expiring in 2026, Ellen Goodman for a term expiring in 2026, Bonnie Ben-Hayan for a term expiring in 2025, Rachel Stewart for a term expiring in 2025, Fran Charnas for a term expiring in 2024, and Andy Dean for a term expiring in 2024. So the reappointment, Peg O'Connell, any discussion before we appoint? Okay, so I will move that we reappoint Peg O'Connell to the Commission for the Arts. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. And then the new appointments, as I rattled off, Elizabeth, Ellen, Bonnie, Rachel, Fran, Andy. All those in favor, say aye. Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you so much. Did I miss anything, Devin? I'm like catching up with the chats.
I just wanted to mention that it's worth noting that 3 or 4 commissioners will be reaching their 6-year term limit this August, which will be an opportunity for the board to revisit some of the applicants who you didn't appoint in this first round, as I know that it was a really tough decision because there was a very qualified candidate pool for this search. So that's just something for the record. There are 3 or 4 that will be expiring and not able to reapply or be reappointed. So that gives us an opportunity to sort of go back to this large candidate pool and get a nice full commission ready for the fall.
Excellent. Do we send notices to the people who didn't make it on this time around?
We do, and I think in this situation, we have a standard non-appointment letter, but I think in this scenario, I'll coordinate with the commission staff, Jillian Jackson, so that she can have a personal touch point with those folks, encourage them to continue attending the meetings, and also let them know about the opportunity that will be available in August.
Please, and thank you.
Of course.
Okay, that is our meeting for the 1st of March, 2022.
Heather, can I point out?
Yes.
Thank you to everybody who stuck around this late, but especially Joe Callanan, our new town council, who either left his computer on or is still with us. Thank you very much.
That second round, I could see that he likes this stuff.
Look at that. That's great.
Okay. Have a good evening.